But hey, hi everyone, welcome to Nat1Fun. If you're new here, go ahead and hit that follow button. You're gonna be here for quite some time. It's gonna be about what 3, maybe 4 hours, depending on how long we're gonna be going with this. Also, today is going to be a day of charity. If you take a look below me, all donations, subscriptions, and bits will be going to charity today. We will be working to try and raise as much money as we can for COVID relief. I myself, unfortunately, have lost a couple of family members due to COVID-19, and it's been just a fucking horribly rough year for all of us. Not just the people who have lost people, but just for everything 2020 has offered. It has been one of the worst years in general, and I wanted to be able to give back a little bit in terms of, of course, finances and everything like that, but also in terms of entertainment and trying to bring everybody's spirits up, at least in an attempt through D&D. Yeah, like I said, all donations and everything like that will be tallied up at the end of the stream. That way we kind of know the total that we got for the stream. There's also a counter on the top right of your screen. You'll see up there. It's for the direct relief charity if you guys want to go check that out. Like I said, any donations that come through the stream, be it subscriptions, bits or even just straight donations, will be going straight there. And I'll make a whole new video and a whole nother video on that later on my YouTube channel, and I'll give you a nice little thank you and everything like that for all your support. Going on from that, we have a couple announcements that we need to make prior to the stream. Let's see. It's my announcements paper. Of course, it takes my announcements twice as long to load up. Secondly, we have a potential merch on the way. If you have been following us on Discord, you'll know that I have been speaking with one of my good friends to see if we can maybe pump out a few limited edition merch, t-shirts and blankets and stuff like that, kind of stuff with, Nat1Fun things on it, sayings like keep being your best self, all kinds of stuff like that. So keep an eye out for that in the near future. We haven't yet decided a specific date that we're going to release those, but keep an eye out because we're definitely doing that. Let's see. So there is going to be a specific dice that I will be using this game because like many of those that play D&D know that an addiction to dice is real. So if you are addicted to dice like myself and a few of the members here of the party, you will enjoy these next few parts because we'd like to show off like the dice that we're going to be using that day, or holy moly, that picture is huge. Let go. What is happening? It's all falling apart. We're just going to drag that over and act like that never happened. I didn't expect this picture to be the size of Timbuktu. So yeah, anyways, let's get that going. Here we go. Bam. So we're gonna be using these beautiful dice today to kind of set off the first episode of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. It's a very beautiful, like, North Star looking set. And then on top of that, we will be doing a monthly dice giveaway. And Ray, if you would like to take that away, you are more than welcome to.
Hi guys. So, what I wanted to do is basically foster a love of pretty dice because I'm in love with dice and I wanted everyone else to also be in love with dice. So I thought what would be cool is if I could find a bunch of different dice creators and stores and things like that and give away a set a month with the possibility of more if we have the subscribers. And so all you've got to do is be a subscriber that month and you'll get put into the drawing for the dice. This month, the drawing is the 19th, if I have my days correct.
Yep.
And so, if I remember correctly, you've got to be in stream that day when we draw, just so that way you know it happened. We'll reach out to you via somehow, and then if you'll go, yay, awesome, cool, and immediately tell us, yes, I want it. And if we don't hear from you, we've got to move on. But it's not going to happen because you want the set of dice. Do we have a picture, Dan?
We do. It's actually up on stream right in front of my face.
Up. Okay, so that is from the Cozy Gamer, which our amazing artist, Loli, turned me onto. And it is one of their Will-O-Wisp inspired sets. It was gorgeous. I thought it, even though it's technically not an iced named something, I thought it looked very ice, like Aurora Borealis-like. So that's why it's this month's one. So go check out Cozy Gamer, and it's literally cozygamer.com, and check out all their dice. That's all.
Yeah, and if you would like more information on that, please, again, Discord is the way to go, guys. Join our Discord, and as soon as you do, you'll be greeted with warm and open arms, and you will be shown, you know, all kinds of stuff that we don't really show on our social medias all the time. A lot of times we're most active on that Discord. We have a great community already. We show off our art projects, we show off D&D, we show off our general nerdiness, gaming, whatever it is. We have an excellent community. You need to be there for sure. Let's see. Hey, Ark. Holy crap. Long time no see. Let's see. The Aurora Borealis works. You know, it's working behind me. That's nice. Let's see. First off, Necro Yancer. Thanks for the follow. Jolly Green. Thank you for the Prime sub. Let's see. Professor Melgon. Thank you for the bits. 10 bits. Hermes. Et Nian. Black Knight, and Uncaged Coach Roven. Thank you all for everything. Torlax, Jolly Green, and Brash. Thank you all for the follows and for the everything, guys. Hey, we got someone in here gift subbing people too. All right, so more announcements before we do this. Everything, guys, by the way, if we don't get to it now, we will get to it during the mid-game break and the post-game. So don't worry about if I missed you now, I will get back to you, I promise you. Okay, and going back to the announcements after the dice, we will also be doing another giveaway. So on top of the dice giveaway, guys, we're going to be doing another giveaway. So every month we're going to be doing the dice giveaway, 1, 2, 3 sets, depending on how many people we actually have subscribed to the channel. The more subscribed we have, the more sets we can give away. The special December Christmas gift, though, I will be giving away a free copy of a D&D book. So be it, you know, Tasha's, or, you know, the player's handbook if you're new to the game, the DM's guide, anything, Mordekainen, all that kind of stuff is on the table, either digital or physical. I don't mind getting either. Digital obviously makes it a little bit easier on myself, but if you want a physical copy, I'm more than happy to do that, because me and like many others I'm old school, man. I need everything to be physical in front of me. So as much as I play on digital, I have many physical books in front of me, and I'm gonna show off my special edition Tasha's cover, alt cover. Look at this. Managed to pick up the 1 out of 3 copies my gaming shop had. Oh, so nice. All right. Let's see. So that will be given away on the 26th of December. Same rules apply. You must be subscribed to the channel, and you must be there present when it occurs. Now, one thing that I'd like to add to this giveaway is if you do any kind of art for the channel, or if you do any fan art or anything like that, you will be given an extra entry into the contest. So if you do any fan art for us, you have an even better chance of winning one of those. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Black Knight. Let's see. So there's just so many things. I think we've really just nailed it in how much we love art. So if you guys are feeling fancy, you will be rewarded here for your art. Let's see. Moving on, drink of the week. That's a little something new that we were trying to decide whether or not we're gonna do it. But I think we're gonna move on with that, right? Yeah. All right, Ray, you want to explain to us what the drink of the week is?
Yes. So I apologize for not getting pictures out beforehand, but if you check my Instagram, the Super Ray, you'll see pictures. I have created what I call a winter in Manhattan. So it's a take on a Manhattan. I have because it's the first stream, I used a very nice Irish whiskey. You do not have to use a very nice Irish whiskey. You can use any whiskey, any bourbon you like. And I used a local, what's called a sipping cream, but it's an alcoholic, like, cream. So it ends up looking a little bit like eggnog.
Ooh.
I use chocolate bitters instead of regular bitters, and you just get this really nice, warm whiskey with just a bit of chocolate creaminess that I have made many times and kind of like it at nighttime with a fire or a fake fire, especially with any holiday lights that may or may not be up around your house. It's just very, very nice. So it doesn't take much. I can put the recipe up and then you can do with it whatever you'd like.
That's great, Ray. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put up make a channel up in Discord to put the drink of the week that you can put up the ingredients and however you need to make it and everything like that. And we can also copy paste that to our social medias for that week. You know what I mean? So we can always have that ready to go. Be a nice way to kind of have it ready for the stream for the next week. That way everybody can be drinking the same thing. Everybody all together. I think that'd be a really cool little incentive thing. All right, so drink of the week is a pretty cool thing. Guys, expect possible pictures and videos to come also on that to try and spice it up and make it a little bit better than just telling you what we're drinking. All right, some special announcements for the stream itself. Friday night game preps. So I know I've been talking about it, and this is kind of like the whole point of this stream, Nat1Fun at least in general. Friday night game preps are preparation games from the DM's point of view, so if you don't mind having a little bit of spoilers for the next episode, you can come in at, let's see, every Friday at around 8 p.m. CEST or Germany time, which I'm in right now, or 1300 or 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. You can help me write the next session's, storyline and help vote on the direction of the game to help me to kind of guide our players along. We can even talk about past games or, just sit down and have a chat. I think that's a pretty neat little way to get you guys involved in the actual making of the stream.
No owlbears.
No owlbears? Not yet, at least. Calm down. Calm down.
Be kind to us, please. Be kind.
All right. Let's see. And last but not least, I would like to see if possibly we could create a little bit more content for you guys. I know we're like content centric right now, but it is the first stream and we kind of want to get what you can expect from us from now on kind of thing. I'd like to try on a midweek Talks Machina style sit down with a few of the players to kind of talk and take questions from chat about their characters and the thoughts of the campaign so far. So, this is session 1, but if you haven't seen us before, there are 5 prologue episodes with one-on-one character introductions for each one of our characters here that you see tonight. You should definitely go back and check those out. But there is some fancy stuff inside those episodes that are yet to be answered. So if you ever want or need to ask a question, go ahead and do that and throw it down in Discord or throw it down on our social medias, and I'll write it down so that we can talk about it in our chat room. Or our chat stream. It's gonna be a more relaxed stream. It's not gonna be a, like super trying to make it look as nice as possible like this one. It is gonna be a more relaxed stream, and you can expect maybe 1 or 2 or 3 possibly of the party members to be there as well. So that's pretty much all I have for announcements, guys. I'm pretty fucking excited to get into this. What about you?
Most definitely.
Yeah, a little bit.
I know we've been waiting
Let's
forever.
go.
Guys, I put the ad out there to start this game, I think nearly 2 months ago. And it has been a ride ever since that day, trying to find the right players, which I've found incredible players. And just kind of putting the feelers out there to try and put this all together. And it's pretty incredible.
Aw, thanks.
All right. So, that being said, I really hope this works. If it doesn't, we'll still try and figure out a way to do this, but let's go ahead and start the stream with our introduction that I made not too long ago. I hope you're all hyped. Here we go. It's not working. Perfect. Hold on. Give it a second. It's always a second.
There we go.
All right. So, we start our lives in Icewind. The repetitive yet therapeutic sound of a forger's hammer striking heated metal resonates through this small wooden cottage. The smell of iron and burning coal pervade the air as a bead of sweat falls from the dark-skinned dwarf, landing upon the worked metal and giving a faint sizzle before another hammer blow strikes true. The hit sending amber sparks to fly off into several directions before fading upon the cold, darkened stone floor. Another strike of the hammer before a door in the back of the cottage swings open. The twilight of night shining its ominous yet beautiful blue and green aura into the room. For just over 2 years now, the skies over Icewind Dale have refused to shine daylight upon the region and have its people calling the phenomenon the Everlasting Rime. The central civilization known as 10 Towns, now full of skeptics and believers alike, believe that a godly presence is behind this curse upon the land. The town speakers of each town even agreeing in making sacrifices of some form to the winter goddess Auril herself, in attempts to appease and stop the everlasting night for good. Snow drifts inside as the slim female dwarf steps through the back entrance, causing the entire cottage to drop in temperature drastically. She shuts the door behind her and moves to start the tedious task of undressing out of her many layers of winter furs and leathers. The oil bubbles and steams as Garn the hammer dips the dented blade up to the large forging tongs he uses to hold them up with. Several shadows pass the frosted windows before a thud is heard at the front door as it slams open. 3 haggard-looking dwarves and a wounded human barge in. The door bursts open and you see a small set of 3 what look like dwarves that have a missing nose and, parts of their ear missing. Even some of their gloves have been taped closed because of missing fingers. Frostbite is a serious ailment here in Icewind Dale. As they walk in, a human injured at the hip, at the waist, nearly up to the chest, large blood-stained wrapping around them. Abel, what do they see?
They see a somewhat tall human man wrapped in white furs. He's clutching his sides. Looks like he has injuries around his stomach. As he pulls back his hood, you see his hair is long, pulled back, and he has a long beard as he pulls down his tan face covering, and he's sort of wincing as he takes in the place. You would walk over to the small fire in the corner, as I'm assuming Runa and Korax and Storn are following closely behind.
Oh, for sure. Runa looks at you and kind of like looks you up and down, and she kind of just gives you a nod in totally like you'll be fine kind of fashion, and then looks over to Garn the Hammer, and before she can even speak a word, another figure appears, trying to stare through the window almost, and they kind of catch a glance at each other, but the figure doesn't seem to be able to get a good view in. And suddenly, a few taps on the door, a rhythmic tone, do-do-do-do-do-do, as Haruna walks over to the door and opens it up. And standing there, Leodin, what do you look like?
I'm a human female with a lot of red hair that's plaited and wildly plaited with some flowers and beads in it, bright blue eyes, medium height, medium build, very pretty, but that's of course my own opinion, wrapped in all of our winter gear because it's cold here and it's always cold here.
She kind of greets Leodin inward as she says, come inside, get out of the cold. And she shuts the door behind Leodin. As Leodin enters the room and begins to chat it up just a little bit inside with Abel. Abel now undressing from his large amounts of furs and clothing in order to kind of get to the wound. He hands a small cage with an animal, a small rabbit inside, to Garn as he takes it to the back for a moment. As the dwarf is about to start speaking yet again, a looming shadow this time approaches the window outside, and the door
Oh, I get it.
Leodin walks over to the door, opens it, and standing about the size of the door frame, maybe even taller, Olanu, what do they see?
Lanu stands 7 foot tall. She has not nearly as much winter clothes on as you would expect. So you can see her light gray skin, the dark blue natural markings, her white hair pulled back and falling just past her shoulders, and ice blue eyes staring down at this human.
You've got to be freezing. Do you want to come in?
I'll come in, but it's not that cold. She pushes past you.
As she pushes past you, the air from the door being opened and her just expedient entry sends a shiver down your spine, kind of weirding you out from the fact that she doesn't seem too affected by the cold.
How are you not cold?
You've never seen a Goliath before.
No, you're fascinating, and we'll get to that. But do you not get to be cold? 'Cause that's incredible.
I mean, yeah, it just takes a lot more. But I've
Just-
got business.
As you say that, Garn from behind the counter says, "You got my goods."
Yes.
Oh, what's the long look on your face for?
This. She pulls the handle to the sword, but no blade.
What happened?
It fell apart in my hand.
Well, user error, obviously. Let's talk a little quieter over here, baby. Yeah? As you guys speak in the corner to yourselves, you see Garn the Hammer go in the back and come back with a large two-handed battle axe. Places it on the bench. You can see Olanu kind of testing it out with size and weight. And as that happens, another figure comes to the doorway. Took, 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 took. This time a little bit lighter of a knock.
Can I get this one too?
You see, as you say that, like literally nobody is paying the fuck attention.
All right.
So as you open the door, you're greeted with Kinrava. Kinrava, what do you look like?
Kinrava is a female drow of average height with a shapely figure, long dark red hair that flows down to past her backside, with skin probably as dark as the night itself, and with eyes that are blood red around the iris, but where the white should be in a normal person, they are pitch black, almost blending in with her skin itself. And as she steps in, she sort of nods to Leodun. I hope you don't mind if I make myself at home, do you? I've had a fairly long travel through, we'll call it unpleasant weather.
You see now that there's three of dwarves just dumbfounded, like mouths agape, looking at Kinrava as she enters the doorway.
And while being a fairly strange sight, she is a very beautiful looking drow.
So, I don't mind if you come in. My ego minds a little if you come in, but it's not technically my place.
She looks at the dwarves and gives them a bit of a small smile. And I trust you don't have any issues with it?
One of the dwarves in the back kind of takes one step backwards. They all
I
close their
didn't think
mouths.
so. And then she just walks in.
Abel, you see that that Hruna walks up to you. Do you know that one?
Sorry, I'm a little flabbergasted. I've never seen a Goliath or a Dark Elf ever, really, and two of them just walked into this smithy. I don't know either of them, actually.
I think there's a joke here to be made, but either way, And
Perhaps, but
just
While
but a
they're
moment later,
talking-
yeah, go ahead.
While they're talking, Kinrava's just going to look over to them, point slightly at her ears, as if to just basically say, "You're not as quiet as you think you are," before taking a small seat near the fire as well.
Very elegant seat next to the fire as it sputters and spatters, and it's a small fire. This is a small cottage that's been kind of forged into a blacksmith, just through building around different things and sheer will. And that being said, you look around the cottage itself and you can see that there is bits of armor and weapons that kind of adorn the walls. The weapons themselves are kind of like strangely crafted, not necessarily strange as in strange looking, but like you can tell that the metal is rusted. It might be not the same thickness all the way through. Maybe even some like hammer dings on a few of the pieces of metal through the sword. The craftsmanship here in this store is not very good. You notice a lot of the armor laying on the ground is half made. Some of them, maybe just a chest piece, or maybe just a shoulder guard or a shin guard. You'd find it hard to find and put together an actual set of armor. And as you sit down and warm yourself by the fire, you kind of begin to undress and unravel the bits of clothing that you have on, as it's very, very hot in here comparatively to the outside, with the amount of gear that you're wearing. And after a bit of time, you are able to finally get all your gear off, and you are now kind of just looking at your fresh wound that is on your body. And Bruna will kind of again speak up to you, as she kind of seems to be the spokesperson of the dwarves. And as she comes up to you, little more than a flesh wound, eh?
still hurts.
She kind of like takes her hand and like places it around the wound, not like on it or anything like that, but just kind of around it to kind of feel. She goes, your bones are still intact, it seems. At least that.
I think with some time it'll be fine, but it's just a little sore is all. You saw how big that thing was.
Aye, it was quite large. And as everybody kind of is settling in, Olanu finally placing her two-handed axe upon her back, and Kinrava making herself comfortable by the fire. Leodin, one of the dwarves, approaches you. This one missing like 3/4 of his nose. He has a scar across his face, and as he approaches you, he looks up at you. You're a pretty one.
I know. You're handsome. Where'd you get those scars?
Well, long story short, you should see the other guy.
Is he missing more than his nose?
Aye, if you include his life. And he winks at you with his good
That sounds
eye.
like a good story.
And he goes, let me tell you a little more. And he kind of just like waves you over to towards like the group.
I follow him over.
A little bit more time passes, and suddenly another rap on the door comes. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom,
Just
boom,
as
boom.
the when that rap comes, Kinrava's going to look at the dwarf with no nose and just sort of go, you know, as fascinating as these tales have been, really, they do remind me of home. I'm sure that someone at that door would like to listen to it as well. Could you be a dear?
He kind of looks at you as like, as if he was, he is not having it. He is just like kind of looking at you because he was like enthralled with Leodin, and then suddenly looks over at you and like kind of like furrows his brow and then crosses his arm and turns his back to you and looks over at Leodin. Anyways, as I was saying.
Okay, but really, I think the person at the door would like to come in. Would you mind?
He's like, yeah, and he looks over. He goes, what about you, Dark Elf? You answer the door.
True, but I don't have the right stature to go get it.
He just...
Alanu just gets up
move.
and goes to open the door.
Okay. Olanu just rolls her eyes, makes her way over to the door, swings it open. And the first thing as Grimly now is standing at the door. Grimly, what do you look like?
Yeah, I have a scar on the left side of my face and long brown hair and bright blue eyes. You see the symbol of Helm on my chest and a wolf fur across my shoulder. Oh, I'm kind of looking for the Black Blades. Is that what this is called?
Black
She
Iron
gets out of the way
Blades.
for him to come in.
Get in here. You're letting the cold in.
I'll
Oh, I lost your sound, Grimly.
step in, brushing off all the snow, and I'll say, I don't know who I'm looking for, but, oh wow, some bad smithing, and I look at all the bad ironwork, and I just judge it, and then I look over
as you say it out loud. He's like, "Hey!" like really loudly from the back.
We were all thinking it, dear. Don't worry.
As soon as Kinrava speaks up, your attention gets pulled to her, and you stare longingly as you look now at a dark elf standing in front of you. But really, what draws you in is her eyes. As you see the black surrounding the eyes where white normally would be, you stare deeply into those red, solid pupils.
Who are you?
Well, customs usually have you introduce yourself first, don't they?
Oh, my apologies. Your eyes are freaky. I don't know why
People
they...
are short. You hardly hear me saying it too loudly.
Wow. I can't do anything about my height. You can't do anything about your eyes. I'm sorry. They just remind me of a bad dream I had, I think. Nice to meet you. I'm Grimly.
A pleasure to meet you.
As
I'm gonna go warm myself by the fire too.
Yep. You kind of warm yourself by the fire. You can move your way over there. And Haruna looks around at the now crowded as shit cabin that was once just a few dwarves and a man, is now full up of people. And you can see that not only Haruna but Garn the Hammer is looking around, and Garn is like, "Well, are y'all gonna buy anything or what? What are you doing here?" And Haruna's like puts up her hand and she's like, "About that gun. You know, we were supposed to bring your next shipment of steel or iron in. About that. You see, we were ambushed and well, we lost lost all the iron. You see, like, Garn's eyes just wide open, and he moves back and like stutters back and like almost hits his back against the wall and like places his hand there. And even from like behind the counter in the other room, the female dwarf that had just kind of been back there makes her way up to the front. Garn almost speechless. You see now a smaller or thinner dwarf enter from the back room, and she goes, "What do you mean ambushed?" You see, we don't know what it was. It came out of the blizzard and took us unawares. We didn't get a good view of it. We ran as fast as we could. You see, poor Ubek, he was walking right in front of us, and all of a sudden, poor boy's head was missing. Off his shoulders it was. He had fallen to the ground, and before giving it a second thought, we ran. We ran as fast as we could. Look, I'm sorry, but that iron is gone. There's no way to recover something like that. Not without some help. That until we found Abel here, did we think we'd have a chance. Abel! And she kind of looks over at
sort
you.
of stand.
Now I know he looks a little injured, but I don't know about the rest of everybody here, or your reason for even being here.
This is the part where they ask for our help.
I would like your help. You see, if we are to get this iron back, we need somebody that is able to do so, and you look like a capable group yourself. Now, I don't know about the pretty ladies here. You know, I don't see no battle scars on them, but Abel, he has proven himself to be a fighter. The large Goliath, I assume, can swing that axe with fierce intent. The Cabaras will go crazy and then come back. Sorry, we just lost somebody, and I assume we'll get them back soon. And a dwarf is a dwarf is a dwarf. So,
What's that supposed to mean?
what say you? Can you help? I'm saying that you are worthy, that you are a fighter at heart.
Flattery does go miles sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, I can swing an axe.
And I'm
I
bored
need to
as all
test out my
hell.
new toy.
Well,
I've already spoken with Runa. Yeah, I owe her a great debt, so I've already agreed to do this.
aye. Speaking of debts, if the thought of just helping people isn't enough, and she reaches over and kind of grabs a pouch across her side, and she takes it, and the table that Abel that was kind of like undressing at and placing all his stuff on and everything like that, she kind of shifts it to the side and empties it out, and down onto the table drops 5 large, not crystals, but just kind of what are they called? Bloodstones. Each one of these bloodstones are not just raw bloodstones, but they're well cut and very, very nice looking. She kind of looks over at the rest of the group and she goes, "They're all yours if you retrieve the iron."
Now that I am interested in.
Oh, those are pretty.
They
I
gleam.
love gems.
And she kind of scoops the gems back into the bag, and she goes, "Well, what say you?" And as soon as she says that, Garn says, "Look, all right, I need that shipment, okay? As much as she plays it off as just another shipment, that was not just ordinary iron. That was iron."
When he mentions that, Kinrava's eyes just drift across all the crappy swords on the wall, very obviously.
I've been waiting years for this iron. This iron comes straight from Kelvin's Cairn, from the mines underneath it. Cost me a pretty penny, it did. And now it's lost to the snows. Look, on top of her reward, I promise you, that iron can be made into weapons and armor that is worth the wear. Do not take this shit you see up on the wall as the best I can do. I can do best with what I'm provided. And that iron is important. And it is up to you, as people that are willing to do so, of course, to go get that iron and return it back to me. And I promise you, I will make you armor and weapons the best you've ever seen. On top of that, I'd give you a little discount as well.
Well, I know how hard my people work for that iron, so I definitely will help with this to make sure that that doesn't go to waste.
Grimly, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please. First roll of the game.
18.
18! Setting it off right. All right. So, Grimly, as you state that you, of course, know of the mines and whether or not the work is hardworking or just, easy labor, you also note that the tabards that these dwarves wear, of course, tattered as they may be, they reveal a very familiar insignia. As you look upon them, you see a mug that is overfilling with ale. And you know this as the insignia of the Battlehammer clan. The foaming mug kind of gives off the obvious intent.
Yes, for our clan, I will pledge my armor and my shield and my axe to get this iron back to you.
As expected from a dwarf. Anybody else?
I have a new toy to test out.
I'd be willing just for the bloodstones.
And what about you, redhead woman?
The name's Leodin, but I'm fine with it. Let's go. I do have a quick question, though. You really saw nothing? Just a person lose their head, and then you ran? You saw nothing else?
Roll an insight check.
While she's rolling, what she just said, you can see grimly that hit him deep.
Got it.
24.
Oh, is that all? Is that all on an insight check at level 1? Is it 24? Okay, no problem. Unfortunately, the DC was 38, so for anybody that's new to D&D, that's a ridiculous level 1 roll. But anyways,
I forgot we were level.
I just have really good insight.
No, that's great. That's great. All right. So, anyways, you kind of look at the dwarfs, and really, Hruna doesn't seem to be giving off any type of she basically is like, yeah, that's what we saw. But you see Horux, like the other dwarf that she came with, not the one that's like skittish and looking around, but the other dwarf, the one missing the nose and the one flirting with you. He is kind of shifty eyes, and he kind of speaks up for a moment, and he's like, and you see Haruna like shoot him like a death stare, and he's like, well, I mean, Haruna, you have to be honest with her. We saw a Yeti. It was a
Pardon
Yeti,
me?
I swear.
Yes, sir.
That may be important.
A Yeti.
Well, now, that's intriguing.
It was a burst of fur and blood and gore, and I swear it was a Yeti.
So
And-
did you plan on telling us this before or after you were going to send us out after it?
Well,
Just
you hear-
curious.
You hear laughter from behind the blacksmith's area as Garn is like, a Yeti? Oh, come now. You don't believe in those, do you?
How many people think my race are a myth?
You gotta just
Oh,
throw us
I
his
don't.
bone.
I've read some stories.
How often have you seen a Goliath?
Never.
They're not a myth.
Look,
So,
admittedly, this is a strange situation to have all these strange beings in my blacksmith all at once. But Yetis, that's a stretch. Those are just tales that we tell the wee ones.
we all live in a place where it's always dark and always winter, and you want to tell me there's not a thing as a snow monster up here?
I think during these times we should take all myths or legends to be truth until proven otherwise. It's dangerous out there.
But
Yeah.
honestly, one way or another, I've already said I would be willing to help, so exactly could you give us some manner of direction to where this ambush took place?
Well, of course. If you are to believe that it is a Yeti that did this, just be wary. But as Abel knows, we came from the north, from Kelvin's Cairn. We were on our way to Bryn Shander when we got intercepted by this creature. About halfway. So, just maybe under a day from here, if you take some snowshoes or some other means of travel. But it's just about northeast of here, give or take about 20 hours with the correct gear that you need to make it there. Luckily, we had the correct gear that we were using to make it here in the first place.
Are you gonna be using that gear? As
Hey.
in your sled with the dogs?
She kind of looks at you and she's like, what sled with dogs? We came with Abel.
Oh,
walked
that's
here.
somebody else.
Unfortunately, we had to walk all the way here. Through the cold.
And you, as you ask that, you know, Haruna doesn't seem like she knows what you're talking about, but as soon as you mentioned it, Garn kind of looks back over at you and he goes, do you mean Sarah and the other Molly? The dog's
Probably.
outside.
Yes. The ones outside. Are they going to be used? Or could we borrow them?
Well, seeing as they are mine, maybe we can work something out, maybe a deal. Here in Icewind, there are several modes of transportation. One of them being the sled dogs, as you know. The others being on foot. The others with snowshoes. Or even if you talk to Scramsax up there, he's got a couple of axe beaks maybe that are willing to help.
Well, I bet I could get Luke and Leia.
But either way, I don't know if you are to actually accept this quest that I have given you. We might be able to work something out. But know that Molly and Sarah are all I have in order for my trade. Ian, outside, I assume putting my gear up. You need to go speak with him.
I can talk to Ian.
Before we all part ways to go figure out what we need to do, should I maybe know who I'm traveling with? I know that you're able, and I think that's about all I really know.
My name's Kinrava. It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear.
I'm Leodin. Nice to meet ya.
Hey, I'm Grimley.
Kinrava, just for a point of reference, what did you do with your familiar? Did you pop your familiar before you came in?
Oh no, it's still outside.
Okay, it's just hanging out outside.
It's probably just giving the evil eye to like everyone that passes the store.
Okay.
Grimly, alright.
Alanu kind of taps her shoulder, like just past her shoulder. And this itty bitty little baby griffin pops its head up over her shoulder. And she's like, I'm Ice Heart. And this, she gives him a little scritch, is Snowpiercer. I call him Percy.
You see that small, adorable-looking like baby griffin. It like kind of rubs its head into the scratch as she scratches, and
So it's going to be very important for me to know if I can also scratch Percy, but it doesn't have to be now. I just need to know it for later, because he might be the cutest thing I've ever seen in all my days.
For now. Better hope he likes you when he gets older.
he just lets out a long as it yawns and then kind of heads back into its little hole in the back of her backpack.
Well, I'm in love.
I have that effect on people.
It's nice to see another avian enthusiast.
As you guys are all gaining your familiarities, Karuna will just kind of like sit down at the table and start taking off her boots. And as she does that, you see Korux approach grimly, and he kind of like looks you kind of like up and down, and he's like, "You're gonna be needing some snowshoes, yeah?"
Yeah, it was rough travel here into town, and it was tough walking through that snow. Yes, I'll definitely need some snowshoes or something.
Well, I know Elsa back there. She has a tiny little shop that she doesn't really show off. I'm sure she'll let you in. And he looks over at Elsa, and Elsa kind of like, he nods at her and she nods at him, and she kind of gives you like the, like, come on over.
Well, I appreciate it. And I'll just follow over there.
Aye. And you walk over and she kind of just leads you into the back room, and the back room is set up very much like just a very haphazard arrangement of different items. It's almost like, I don't know if you've ever walked into like the entrance of a ski lodge or the the entrance of like a lodge in general. They have like all their stuff set up like against the wall, normally like the wooden walls. It's kind of just like that. And you look inside and you see a plethora of gear, actually. And inside you see like cold weather clothing. You see what are called crampons, which are kind of like you know, spiked stuff that you can hook onto your boots in order to help you like grip better on ice. Snowshoes even. And just high up, like on the top right of the shelf, you see a small bottle. But that is this. She kind of just looks over at you. She doesn't even say a word. She kind of just looks over at you and gives you the Vanna White and just puts her hand out there.
Well, I don't have any money, so if you're gonna charge, I was going to originally say, since we're doing you this favor, I would want half up front. But is there any way that you can lend me this for now?
She kind
so
of
we return.
She like rolls her eyes hard at you and she goes, "We're not a charity," and kind of like turns you around and pushes you out towards the door. And as soon as she turns around and like pushes you out to the door, you run face first into Korux, as Korux is standing like in the doorway and puts his hands like on your shoulders, and you're not like sandwiched between the two for a moment. But then he kind of pushes you back and he goes, "Don't worry, it's on me. What do you be needing?"
Thank you. Well, the snowshoes would help. And what's that bottle up there on the top?
Get the snowshoes in the bottle. She kind of like squints her eyes for a moment, rolls them, and then makes her way to the back. She puts out like 5 pairs of snow boots. And she goes up and takes like a small stepping stool that she has to get up. Normally a human could probably like reach up and like, you know, grab it, but with her dwarven stature, she grabs a small, you know, step ladder. She reaches it and pulls it down from the shelf. And she kind of looks at you and she says, "Was saving this for a rainy day." And she goes, "It's a health potion. What can you give me for it? Free is not an answer."
Well, I have some torches and a mess kit, if you can use that.
She rolls her eyes and just like goes back and puts it up on the shelf.
You know, from one dwarf to another, you know how hard we work, and we're going out there to help you out. I'm very surprised at the way you're acting. And you know, I'm giving you my word that we're gonna bring you back this iron.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
$13.
13? She's like, "I said we weren't running a charity." And she looks down. And she looks up. "But we need that iron. Look, ask whoever it is you're going with. Maybe they have some coin. I'll sell it to you for less. I would say 50 gold pieces for this. This is magic. This is no ordinary ale. See if you can come up with, let's say 30.
Well, I appreciate you. And I'll talk to the others and see if they're interested. I appreciate it.
Go on your
And I'll
way,
make my way
Scout
back
Rat.
to the others. I'll make my way back to the others.
Okay. You enter the room. Now you and Korux carrying a set of large snowshoes. Each snowshoe essentially looks like a huge tennis racket. As you make your way inside the room and just lay them on the ground.
Well, we got some snowshoes. Is anybody interested in a health potion? She's asking 30 gold.
I certainly am.
30 gold! It cost me 100 to get that! Hold on! And you can see Garn the Hammer go back in the back.
Do you know what kind of health potion it is?
I haven't messed with these very much in my time, so I don't know.
Abel will walk over to where all his stuff is on the table and reach into his coin purse, pull out 10 gold, and walk over to Grimly and drop it in his hand.
If there was ever anyone who needed it, I believe our friend here would.
I'll be alright, just I needed a little bit of time is all.
As Abel hands me the gold, I'm gonna do a quick lay on hands on him to make him feel a little bit better.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him all the health that I can. I think it's 5.
All 5 points, baby.
Alright.
Alright, so you give him 5 points back in healing. Grimly, what does that look like?
So as I raise my hand and touch you on the shoulder, my eyes will glow a gold color, and my hair will flicker gold, and I'll say, bless you.
Abel will immediately recoil and sort of take a step back and say, what was that?
It's something I've came upon recently in my prayers, and it's just a divine touch to help you feel better.
You know, I probably already know the answer to this, but I need to inquire. Can you keep that gold coloring going? Because we could possibly just trade you for this potion, then you can jump out the window afterwards. Just throwing the option out there.
Well, I can't really control it when it happens. You said gold? What happened?
Oh, you flashed a gold color for a few seconds, though.
Your eyes were gold and your hair got all golden. Here's the 20 extra pieces of gold.
Thank you. I didn't know that happened. I appreciate it. It's kind of weird. I'll go talk to her about that health potion now.
Leadin
Find
drops.
out what kind it is!
Leadin drops a large amount on the purse, and Grimly walks back to the back of the inn. You see now Grim and and his wife arguing amongst themselves until you walk in, and the second you walk in, you see Garn just kind of like put his hands kind of like to his side and kind of just roll his eyes. You got the money? She walks up to you.
Yeah, I got the money from our group. Do you know what happened? Do you happen to know what kind of health potion this is? They're asking before we give up the gold for it.
100 gold pieces worth is what I say. And then she's like, it's a lesser potion. It's nothing crazy, but it's something that is very rare around here. I just so happen to have it.
I'll place the gold pieces on the counter and I'll say, all right, we'll take it. We could use any help we can get, especially if there's a giant snow monster out there.
You just hear a harumph from the back of the room as she hands you the small tincture, which is small. It's like a little vial that you would maybe give blood in, but it is filled with a red liquid that fills almost to the top of the cork.
Well, thank you. We're gonna make our way out here soon, so I'm gonna talk to the others and figure out what we're gonna plan for this. I appreciate your help.
Aye, just get me iron back.
You have my word.
And you make your way up to the front. And as you make your way up to the front, Hruna has questioned essentially everybody in terms of how you guys want to approach travel to this next portion of this. Of course, you have your options. You can move with strictly snowshoes. You can attempt to maybe buy or rent the snow dogs and the sled, or you can even possibly go back to the inn and pick up the axe beaks in order to do so. Up to you, however you'd like to do it.
When I walk back in, I'm gonna walk up to Laodin, and I'm gonna offer her the health potion. Here, can you hold on to this? I don't really trust myself with it.
Sure, I got it.
It just looks really tasty.
It looks sick. Alright, I got it.
He's a dwarf. If he might even drink oil, just take it, please. Don't you give me that look. We both know it's true.
Yeah, you're right.
I usually am.
So, what is it then? Travel by snow dog, axe beak, or snowshoes?
Are there enough axe beaks for all of us?
I don't know.
As far as I'm aware, he only has 2.
Perhaps the sled would be best then. If nothing else, it can fit more of us on there then.
Abel, roll me a nature check, please. And you know what? Olanu, go ahead and roll me a nature check as well.
That is a 5.
Abel nailing it as a ranger on that nature
Always.
check.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Restart everyone.
That
that's
first...
a 3.
Yo! Was that a natural 1?
No, that's a 3, and I have a +0.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
Hey, +0.
Yeah, don't forget to mention whenever you guys get the naturals. So, anyways, on that excellent roll, you have no idea which would be better, the axe beak, the dogs, or the snowshoes. I mean, you get an idea that probably the animals will be better, but also that they're going to be more expensive. Up to you how you guys want to approach this.
Do I think that either would actually carry me?
Either what?
The
Axe beaks?
dogs?
Oh, dogs?
Or
No,
the axe
absolutely
beaks.
not.
Yeah,
Dogs,
I didn't think so.
No, dogs, I mean, that'd be like a regular human stepping on a chihuahua, essentially.
All right.
Yeah, other than that, no. I would say that the axe beaks could easily carry you. The axe beaks are
Okay.
just like about a foot taller than you even, Olanu.
Okay.
Since we just spent, 30 gold getting a potion from the people we are helping, maybe we should just take the snowshoes. A little bit more dangerous, but I think we need to squeeze some money until we get paid.
I'm just worried about getting the iron back. I'm not worried about getting there fast. I'm worried about getting the iron back.
It is quite heavy.
Kinrava, looks towards Olanu.
I can carry a lot. If I have a big enough bag.
She looks at you and she goes, I don't even know if you could carry that much, dear.
What was it on?
Quite a large sled.
Is the sled still there?
I don't know. We ran.
Well,
Let me talk to Ian. Let me see if he'll be okay with us taking the sled. At least we can possibly get whatever iron we can salvage back on the sled.
Abel, your camera went out, my friend. If I don't know if you noticed or not. Carry on.
I am aware. I'm going to fix that right now.
Perfect.
And she'll turn to go out and try find Ian.
Okay. You open the front door. The wind kind of blows in, causing a gust of snow to kind of flurry into the doorway. You close it behind you. And you see outside Ian. All right. That's about it. Anyways. Olanu. Did you get what the hell is on your back?
This This is my new toy. You know, he just...
Garndon?
Yeah.
That looks nice.
He tried to hand me a short sword. I called it a toothpick. I don't think he liked that very much. I was also pretty angry.
He's a daring fellow to tell you to take a short sword. Anyways, did he give you our next job or what?
About that. He lost an iron shipment. From the Cairn's Cairn. The dwarf place.
Kelvin's Cairn.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's been talking about that shipment for months now.
He wants me and a bunch of the people in there to go get it. However, they don't know if their sled survived whatever animal attacked them.
Okay, sure, yeah. We'll see that happen.
Can we use your sled and your dogs?
I'm sorry, Olano, you're gonna need to speak up. I don't know if it's the Goliath in you or what, but I couldn't understand you just then. You asked to use my dogs?
Yes. I mean, and welcome the help as well. I can give you some coin.
I'm not about to go back into the snow. We just spent 3 days out in the snow to get what we just shipped. I don't know how it is you can always just jump right back in, but I'm not willing to. I don't even know if Sarah and Molly are up to it. And he kind of looks over to him, and Sarah and Molly are currently playing with each other and jumping up and down and like overly excited.
I think they got it in them.
I don't understand how you all work.
This is their element.
Sure. And he kind of like kneels down and starts petting Molly's head. He's like, oh, what can you do to guarantee at least that they'll make it back? I mean, these are kind of my livelihood here. I mean, I don't mind giving them to you, Alanu. I know you're good for it. Really, I do. I would hate to lose them, you know?
I understand.
And he kind of nuzzles one.
She'll kind of scratch Percy, like understanding the connection that he has with them.
Yep.
I can get you some gold for their rent. The only thing I can really guarantee you is that I would put my life on the line to make sure that they get back to you.
You see him kind of like look down at the ground. He kind of looks back up at you. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Not with that die.
Guys,
That's a 9.
We have our very own Will Wheaton. Everybody, Will Wheaton, everybody, hey!
Hi.
All right. Olanu
Yeah, it's a 9.
has troubles rolling above her a 10, like, ever. And I don't know if you see these stats below, but that is statistically difficult. Anyways, he kind of looks up at you. He looks up at you and he goes, I don't know, Olanu. We've been through a lot, but look, I trust you to take care of them. I do. But maybe some coin is in order if you are to accidentally lose them in any way. I don't know, what say you 10 gold apiece, and I'll throw the sled in for another 5.
I can cover the 10. Let me ask the group about the rest. Another 15 gold, right?
No, yeah, on top of your 10.
Okay. She'll hand him the 10 gold pieces and turn back inside.
He takes the 10 gold pieces, but you see it's just like it tears him apart to even like grab the gold from you. And just like he kind of like sighs and goes back to petting the dogs.
Okay. So we can get the dogs and the sled, but it's going to cost us another 15 gold. I already put in 10. So I need an additional 15 from all of you.
Vampires everyone's a vampire. And Kinrava will take out... She'll take out 5 gold and put it out. This should at least help.
Do you mind if I go talk to him?
Have at it. I've known him for years, but he may be a little more, people.
It's all
Person.
right. Can I
I'll
have
go-
the gold? Or are you
Kinrava.
coming with?
Chance it.
I'll come with you. I gotta go get my owl anyway.
You have an owl. Well, that's intriguing.
Oh, there's plenty of things intriguing about me, my dear. Come on.
That's the truth.
You see, Huna kind of like gives you an elbow, Abel, and kind of laughs with you and smiles. And the two of you exit outside. Ian is currently kind of checking the reins on the 2 dogs currently tied up outside on top of the sled. The 2 halflings that were helping unload the sled previously have now kind of parted ways, and they are about halfway up the street, because you can see them, like as you walk out the door, you can look to your right and you'll see them walking away. And they're probably heading to the pub or heading to the inn. But you see Ian is still kind of messing with the dogs to make sure that they're all right before he heads off.
Are you Ian?
And he kind of stops and turns and looks, and he's like, I am? Wait. Don't I know you?
Do you ever come to the inn up the road?
Northlook Inn, yeah?
I sometimes play and sing. Maybe do a reading of the type up there. I might be something, of a little bit of a performer sometimes.
Well, I know who you are.
I also
Little
have
Red.
been known. Am I that famous around here?
Well,
I'm sure you are, my dear. But we was also going to talk about the price of the cart.
I know. I'm getting to it. I
he
have a
kinda-
quick question for
kinda
you.
grins. Yeah?
I was wondering, with as much as we love the dogs, as much as you love the dogs, would you mind if we paid half now and half when the job was done? Knowing full well that we'll all make sure that these lovely ladies get back.
He kind of like sighs, looks over at Kinrava. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Who, me or...
Leiden.
Okay. Oh...
That, my friend, is a natural 20.
Oh, thank fuck.
Hey! Natural 20. Very nice. So, what is that total? For persuasion.
24.
24. Okay, excellent. He's like, I mean, to be honest, I was headed up there to the pub anyways. You know what? I'm sure Olanu's got this, and look, I don't know anything and nothing against you, Leoden. I don't know about your prowess out in the great beyond, but this one over here, she looks pretty intent on either killing or staying alive, one of the two. I'll take your word on it. Go ahead and give me half now, and we'll deal with the other half once we get back.
So I give him the rest of the money and I say, if you go tell Scramshax that I said to give you the good mead. He'll know what I mean. And tell him to put it on your first drink on my tab.
Right. What is this word? How would he know that I'm not just coming in there for a random drink?
Well, I don't often offer my favors. I take one of the beads out of my hair.
Oh.
But if you show him this, he'll know it's mine. And I drop it in his hand and just slowly pet his hand as a...
He he kind of like he has to like cup it because of his gloves being so large. He kind of takes two hands as it falls out of one hand and rolls into the other. He's like, well then, I think that solves it.
I'll be expecting that back, so don't lose it.
Yeah, you got it. No problem. Hey, come here real quick. He kind of pulls you in closer. He's like, keep an eye on that one. I only just met her.
I will, don't worry.
Kinrava, go ahead and roll a perception check for me on that one.
Okay. That's a natural 20. Proof.
Kinrava, not only could you hear him, but you could just read the kind of skepticism on his lips and face.
She just raises an eyebrow at him while the owl flies down onto her shoulder.
So as you speak of you kind of keeping an eye on the person talking, what is this owl and what do we see when it comes down?
It is a black snowy owl with white spots on it, with red eyes, two tufts of feathers on either side, sort of like ears, and it has fairly long tail feathers as it lands on her shoulder. It stands out against most things.
Excellent. So very large, just kind of drops down from the roof and just lands on her shoulder. And you see that Ian just kind of looks over at you, Kin, and gives you a smile, and then puts his mask back up over his face, and goes to pet the dogs and starts walking towards the Northlook Inn.
Very impressive, I must say.
I'm pretty good at a few things.
I see. Especially since, and she says this loud enough for Ian to hear, I just met him.
You see, as you kind of like peer out of the corner of your eye at Ian through the disdain, you look and Ian kind of like hup, and like picks up his step and starts moving faster towards the inn.
She gets a small little smile on her face.
All right. As you look now, you can see that Ian has dropped the reins next to the dogs, and they kind of just sit there panting as they look up at you. Two complete strangers to them, essentially, except for maybe Kin making a short impression on them. But they don't seem to be overly excited or overly scared or overly angry. They're just there.
We should probably tell the others we got these now.
Well, I want to pet the dogs, but you can tell the others really quickly.
Just to make sure you don't lose your hand.
I don't think I will.
And Kinrava will head back inside.
Kinrava makes her way back inside, and as you do, you inside, you guys slowly conversed about the general direction of where you need to be heading. And you are given a good idea of where you need to be in order to find your location.
Well, good news. We managed to get the dogs.
That should make bringing the iron back easier.
And hopefully get into the location easier as
So, yeah, go ahead, Grimly.
DM, being from the Kelvin Cairn, would I know about how far travel that would be?
Given the rough situation of how fickle the weather is and how fickle, like, you know, the overall safety of traveling from here to there, you can generalize that you want to, you know, you're probably going to take about, you know, on foot, you know, with the snowshoes and everything like that, it would be around 20 hours. But with, you know, allowing the speed that the dogs give you, you could probably take that down to a good, I'd say you probably take that down to about 15 hours, maybe a little bit less, being that, you know, of course the sled and the dogs run a little bit faster over the snow. One thing that you do note and know is that these dogs are not invulnerable to the environment themselves. They are animals just as you are a person in this world. They do need food. They do need shelter. They need everything, every bit of amenities that you would need as an individual. And so it's up to you guys how you want to handle it, but they do need a bit of caretaking in order to do what you guys need to do. So extra rations or water or shelter or whatever it is, what be you, you know, if you have it in your pack, then you're good to go, but you need to make sure that you have enough. And this goes on, of course, for the future of the game as well. Abel.
Who has my rabbit?
So, as you say that, you note that Cairn had peeled like the skin back on the rabbit a while back, and he had tossed it on a spit that seems to be spinning above a small pit, as he kind of just is shaking his head still from the amount of gold that he probably just lost on that potion, and he's just spinning it out of spite at this point.
I'll walk over to him. How's it coming along?
It'll be ready soon. Abel, was it?
Yes, Abel Elias. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Aye. Same with you. What brings you here?
Just looking for work. Looking for people to help.
Convenient.
It actually is, yes. I'm surprised I found work so fast. Though I guess I can't be too, probably a better thing.
How are you feeling? The wound seems to have healed quite a bit since you arrived.
Yeah, it's the strangest thing. My friend Grimly over there touched me and seemed to close the wounds a little.
My, well, seems like we got the right people for the job then.
It sure seems like it. We have quite the motley crew.
And you can see him kind of.
Can I just take a piece of the rabbit off?
Yeah. You can see him poke at the rabbit. Like the second you say that, he pokes at the rabbit to check its tenderness. And he sees you grab for it and he gives you like the hand, like the, you know, go on ahead kind of thing.
Thank you. And he'll just go right into it.
Right on. Just and then bite right into it. And you just see him kind of give you a smile and keeps twisting the remaining pieces. He's like, I like mine a little overdone.
As do I. Well, hopefully we can get your iron back for you. I know how important it is, especially during these strange times. I'll do everything that we can.
I appreciate your willingness to help. Even though we've just met, I I feel like we could come to be good friends.
I would appreciate that. It seems like people are in dire need of those during the everlasting rhyme.
Oi. And he kind of like looks at you and he kind of pulls you over. He's like, make sure Olanu takes care of that weapon for me, will ya? If anything's to happen, you bring that back, won't ya?
I think she can handle herself by the looks of it, but if something really bad happens, I'll bring it back to you.
Appreciate it. And he just kind of like looks over at Olanu and gives her like a thumbs up.
She gives him this weird, like, what?
I'll go back and join the rest of them.
All right. At this point, you've gathered enough of the travel equipment per se, but you are of course more than welcome to obtain any gear that you may be missing, or any food or essentials, anything like that, of course, before heading out. As the prologues have stated before, you guys note that it is rounding about the time that is considered nighttime around here, because as Grimly was walking in, the aurora that covers the night sky was beginning to roll over the town. And you're more than welcome to head straight out, but if you need some time, you can also do whatever you need to do. But as you've gotten from Bruna, you know that time is of the essence to return these goods, because you never know what's out there. You never know what's going to be, out there taking this stuff, if it's lost in the snow or if you'll ever be able to find it again.
We should probably head out as soon as possible.
I
Are
come
we
in
looking at?
from outside.
What's that, Leiden?
I come in from outside.
Okay.
Is there a possibility that we're going to have to actually camp on our way back?
Bruna kind of looks at you and she's like, there's no telling with the weather. You may have to camp. And I'm telling you, it's quite a distance. And if you're going back and forth, more than likely it'll take more than a day.
Seems like it's very likely then.
Does anyone have a tent or anything of that kind? We'll need to house the dogs. They're not going to last outside.
Do you have a Krona, was it?
Bruna.
Krona. Do you have a large cloth we could have that could cover the top of the cart? And some rope.
I think that's already, and she kind of looks over and Garn is like, it's already on there.
So long as we have something to keep out the winds, I can provide us with some warmth if needed.
Can you?
Okay then.
Olanu and Ken, you know of the tarp and the ropes that were helped to, or used to help keep, all the gear and the deer stable upon the sled on your way here to Rinchen.
Yes, but could I have one extra rope, please?
I've got some rope. Should
I
be
also
alright.
have rope.
Wonderful then. In case there's a blizzard that does come in, we can just tie it around ourselves so we have a way of keeping into contact with each other. Otherwise, so long as we have the tarp in place, I can always provide some warmth. And she'll
Battery low.
conjure a bit of blue fire in her hands with the firebolt cantrip.
Alright, that actually raises a good point. I suppose I should ask if everyone is capable in combat and what your skill sets are.
Charging
like.
battery.
I find it's best to know the team before we set out on a mission.
I sell pamphlets. As she mentions holding the fireball.
Must be very interesting pamphlets.
Hmm.
I'm a skilled tracker and hunter. I prefer the bow.
I have some combat knowledge. I've been spending the past couple months training with my friend. So I can help out for sure. And then I just kind of show off my axe.
Right on.
So long as I don't as long as I'm not in the middle of combat, I should be able to hold my own.
I'm probably the same as Kenrova there, but I'm a little bit different in that I just talk to people and they seem to do what I ask, or it affects them in a way. But I also can use this rapier here.
I'm
Abel.
sure both of those skills will come in handy.
You feel an elbow, and of course you see Hruna, and she looks up at you. I think that's just called talking. She just said her skills in combat is talking.
Oh, we'll see what happens when we get to combat. But for now, I don't know.
Well, I know this. You only need to run faster than her. If you
I
get
don't
into
know if I'm
trouble-
that kind of person.
I'm just saying. Kept me alive.
Alana will kind of look around, kind of like, oh, me too. Yeah. I'm Goliath. I have an axe. I can
I don't
swing it.
think anyone here doubted that, but thank you.
As she kind of like waves this axe around, this giant axe, as if it were like paperweight almost, just like this huge axe.
I'll
You
be
see-
interested to see what you can do with that.
Oh, you'll see.
Yeah, I'll make sure to stay out of your way.
If we head out now, we might be able to at least make some good time on the dogs.
Yeah, we should probably leave. Make haste.
Right then,
Does,
I've shown you
does
the
everyone
way.
have what they need?
Well, my pack is in. I keep my ghost pack in the stable at the North Look Inn, but we can just run up the road and grab it and then be ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's actually a fairly good idea. While you do that, then I'll go and buy something for the dogs to eat on the way back and there.
All right.
If we're camping, I can always hunt as well. Wildlife is scarce, but I've been lucky a few times.
I'm a skilled hunter as well. I can help you out.
I remember the deer.
Good eating. Might have a few chunks missing from Percy.
I'm small and I don't take up much space, so.
Well then, enough with the jibber jabber. Head out, and we'll see you when you return.
Of
Gods
course.
be with you.
And with you.
Kinrava sort of winces a little bit when she mentions the gods be with her.
And at that point, they seem to kind of go along their own way. You see that some of them snacking on the rabbit that Abel was able to snag. You know, bit of conversation between husband and wife, a little bit more. But you guys are free to kind of do what you want. So, where are you headed at this point?
Kinrava's just going to go out to... Well, she'd probably go into the tavern where Leodin's pack is in the stables and just see if she can buy, like, small few bits of meat or something to give the dogs on the way there or back. Basically an extra some set of rations for them.
Sure. As are the rest of you? Are you following along then?
I think I'm gonna
Alana will
stay
go out to
close.
the dogs.
I think I'm gonna stay close to Abel and keep my distance from Kinrava.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the sled with the dogs and just sort of wait there for the rest of the party to come.
Okay. Olanu?
Same. Going to go to the docks.
Okay. So Leodin and Kinrava, you guys make your way up north to the Northlook Inn, which is maybe only like 200 feet up, but you take the time to get there. You have to wrap up as the weather is really hunkering down, especially now that it's nighttime. The temperature drops a good 10 degrees easily just from the time alone, and you start heading north towards the Northlook Inn. You make your way there, and the overhang to the inn is it's blowing in the wind, causing it to sway back and forth, and you can see icicles dangling from it, and the frost covers. And you can see parts of the words Northlook Inn, but really what shines is the star that is upon it. And you kind of open the door, and the common sounds of rabble between between the goers of the tavern kind of fills your ears as you close the door behind you.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run to the stable and then I'll be back in.
It probably is best if you are with me when I speak with them. I don't want pitchforks getting raised.
Oh, that's a good point. All right.
All right. So you head back outside. You kind of just make your way past everybody, and as you make your way past back outside, you are met again with the cold, but you seem to be dead set on heading somewhere.
Just a second. I run to the stable. I look in on Luke and Leia to make sure that the axe beaks are fine. I whisper to both of them, I'm gonna be gone for a couple of days. Don't worry about me, alright? And then I have a small little, like, what I would consider a hidey hole, but it's really not, where I just keep my let's get out of this place bag. And I grab it, and it's got my rations and my bedroll and all those other things. And then I hightail it back to Kinrava.
For sure. I love it. So yeah, you kind of give Luke and Leia a good talking to, and they were just kind of sitting there, as axe beaks do whenever there's nothing going on around them. They're kind of like tucked down, almost like chickens or hens, with their heads kind of like set to the side. But as soon as you came outside, they stood up, standing 8 feet, 9 feet tall, and they kind of look over at you. As soon as you come up, they of course offer themselves to kind of get pet. Grab your goods from behind the little cubby that you had created with a bit of the grooming and feed supply, and you take the pouch and head back inside.
Alright, let's go talk to Scramsack.
I'll follow your lead.
You go back, and you are greeted with a gigantic cleaver, cleaving the head off of a large fish that is just frozen on the table. You see him wipe some sweat off his forehead.
Hey, so I just wanted you to know I'm going to be gone for a few days. Also, is there any way you've got some extra meat that you're not going to put in any of your stews or feed to people that's just going to go to waste?
First off, what do you mean you're gone for a few days?
I've been asked
you're coming
to go
back, right?
help find... Yes, I'm coming back. I've just been asked to go help find something for Cairn the Hammer.
Cairn? That incompetent fool?
Finally,
Yes.
someone
You're gonna
else
do something for him instead of me. You did. I thought we had something special.
So you've never offered me a bloodstone.
I see. I see. Okay. All right. I see it. Well, you're right. I haven't. So, when are you gonna come back? When can I expect you at least?
I'd say probably maybe 3-5 days, somewhere in there. 'Cause you know, the weather and all that. We're not going very far. It's like a day, and then we've got to find whatever it is, and then we've got to get back. And we might fight a yeti. That's going to be fun.
He kind of like doesn't even speak, and then he kind of looks over at Kinrava and sees the eyes and goes, "Who's your friend?"
Oh, yeah! This is Kinrava. She is gorgeous, and you should notice that before you notice her eyes, because that's just rude. But she's coming with us, and she's going to help keep us warm.
What, like, she's gonna hug you or what?
I believe she was asking you about meat, dear boy.
No,
Kinrava-
she's got other stuff.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check, please, with advantage.
Okay. Ooh. Thank God it was at advantage. Thank God. Let's see, intimidation. That is a 19.
19, very nice. You see him like about to spurt something else, as if like he just had some vitriol just like at the tongue. But the moment you spoke, he kind of like shut his mouth and right. Let me see what I can do. I maybe find you something here. He just starts like rummaging through some old stuff.
Just need it for dogs. The rest of us have rations. Unless you've got some of your knucklehead trout stew left, I'd love to take it with me.
Look, if you want some stew, that's fine, but you need to pay for that. That's hard to come by. Other than that, I can maybe spare a few trash, you know, that the people here have thrown out for the dogs. See if they can eat that.
Do you think that'll work for dogs?
Sure,
I've never
why not?
had dogs. All right,
Works for the axe
Yeah.
beaks.
let's do it.
Right. And he just like takes a sack that's probably like, you know, this big or so. That seems to be full of bones and like maybe like half-eaten legs of deer or maybe it's like an old fish carcass. And he just hands that to you. He's like, hey, 2 jobs in one. You take out the trash and you can help. Anyways, what else did you need? Food and what else? Oh, you
That's
said
it.
the you want the soup? Look, if you want the soup, it'll be about 2 silver pieces a pop. Normal prices.
All right. Can I get 5 of them to go?
To go. Sure. Let me just whip that right out for you. And he just turns around.
That
and
would be appreciated.
he starts to he pull out like a large tin, like a metal tin, and he takes a big ladle out of the pot of stew and, you know, starts pouring it in the tin. 5 servings, right? All right. And he just takes 5 ladles and places it inside of the tin, and he takes a piece of like, I don't know, old leather that is kind of laying around, or an old like animal skin, wraps it up with like some twine and gives it to you, and he's like, look, that's really sloshy. I don't know what you're trying to get at with to-go soup, but that's the best I can do.
That's all right. We'll eat it tonight. Thank you so much. She reaches up, or she stands on tiptoe and just kisses him on his cheek and
As you kiss him on the cheek, he's like, and kind of just like left speechless for a moment.
I know. All right,
You
we're
see his
ready.
little,
Thank
little
you
chubby
so
cheeks
much.
get it like rosy. And he just like, and just goes back to chopping the fish.
Also, Ian's in here, and I told him he could have a drink and put it on my tab. He wasn't lying when he said it, just FYI.
I was wondering what this is, and he just looks at the, he like holds up the bead.
Looks like you're getting it back sooner than you thought.
Can I have it?
Sure, it's not mine. He
Thank
just kind
you.
of flicks it over to you. He goes, "Oh, why you wear all that stuff in your hair? It gets tangled all the time, no?"
But it's so pretty.
Well, you're not wrong.
I know. Alright, so I'll be back. Don't burn the place down when I'm gone, and don't forget that Luke and Leia like to be talked to while you feed them.
It's alright, I can probably get Sammy in here to help us out while you're gone. He's an old help of mine, old friend. Anyways,
Okay.
be safe out there. Come back. I need you to make me a lot more money. Come on.
Ah! Alright, bye.
And you are out. And as you head... Oh, good.
I'm sorry?
Fascinating friends you have.
That's all the people that are around here. Have you not been in 10 towns long?
I've only ever been in one of the towns. Well, two, technically, I suppose, but I only stayed in the library of one of them.
Oh, then darling, you've got so much to learn about the weirdos around here.
Believe me, I've learned quite a bit just from reading about this place.
Come on, let's get back. I don't want to spill the soup.
You're holding a very awkwardly large tin of soup as it sloshes around and like sometimes even like spilling up over the leather. Yeah, you make your way back towards the the cart, and you see outside Olanu and Abel and Grimly have kind of all made their preparations to leave. Olanu kind of checking her blade to make sure the sharpness is good, and Abel of course checking to make sure that he has all the supplies he needs. Grimly looking inside of a book. And at that point, before we get started, go ahead and go on break.
Okay.
Yay!
All right. So, for all those watching, first off, thank you. Holy shit, that's a lot of people watching. I really appreciate you guys being here. Don't forget that today is all about the donations, all about the subscriptions, and all about the bits. And I'm not talking about me. It's all going to charity. So guys, COVID-19 Relief Fund, please, 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 please donate. Even if it's $1, 10 cents, whatever. I don't care. It all goes to charity. It's been a rough year. Please, please, please do your part and help. If you can't, don't worry. Share out the stream. Let people know what we're doing. That's even better. So we'll meet up with you guys here in about 5-10 minutes, depending on when we can all get back. We're going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll see you here in just a second, guys, to finish the second half of today's episode.
See you soon, guys.
I really hope you're enjoying yourselves, because I know I'm having a freaking blast. And I know it was a little dry. It was a little dry, but you know what? Episode 1, sometimes it's just what happens, because really there's nothing going on, There's no big backstory, through a campaign, a long campaign. There's no big bad enemy. There's nothing really. It's just hey, how you doing? This is me. This is who I am. So I really hope that I've at least brought a little bit more entertainment than normal on a session 1 episode. And 44 viewers, guys, that's incredible. I really hope that you guys make it around for the next episode and for the future streams that I'll be throwing together. I really do. If you're not following, simple click at the button down below. Be notified when we go live next. Hit us up on all our social medias, all that jazz. Guys, don't forget, if you're subscribed to the channel, you have chances of dice, you have chances of free giveaways every month. Everything's fine, Dan. You have some perfect funny players. They're making us enjoy anything without even going out of the room. It has been almost all in one room. Thanks for bringing that up. No, you're absolutely right. But you know what? Again, like I said before, it's harsh on those session 1s. You know what I mean? I tried to steer away from you all meet in a tavern. That's why I gave you those prologue episodes. If you guys want to check out those prologue episodes, we have them all up on our YouTube, ready to view. Even on Marathon, I took all the streams and put them all in one video if you wanted to check that out. Do you have a planned schedule for this yet, or just as you can? Every single Saturday at the same exact time. Noon Central Standard Time, 1900 or 7 p.m. CEST or Germany time. That will be the actual game times. And then on top of that, we'll have Friday streams where it's just you and me, DM and chat, and we get to come up with the next episode. On top of that, we're thinking about doing a midweek roll episode thing where we get to talk to the players. You guys get to ask them questions about their characters, about the situation they may be in. They may give you some insight on what's going on. I love that there are chocobos, literally chocobos with huge beaks, like axe beaks, like straight up, like Tauntaun chocobo equals axe beak. It's a really fun way to bring the community in. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Damn, I forgot to create a command for charity, of course, because I'm stupid and forget one thing out of the bajillion things I needed to do. But guys, don't forget this is all for charity. If you can spare $1, if you can spare a share or a like or a whatever it is to help bring people here, to help donate to charity, I would love to see that number go up higher than it is right now, to see if we can make a difference, because COVID is a piece of shit and it needs a swift kick in the ass. What sort of level of influence are we talking about? I'd not want to completely derail a campaign on accident. Don't worry about it, Havoc. So, in order to prevent that, what I was planning on doing was writing several situations down that seemed to fit into the story as the DM. So I was going to come up with 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 situations, depending on how intricate, of course, they've gotten themselves into some kind of intricate situation. 4 different directions that the episode could take. And then once I'm done writing those 4 different situations up, that's when you guys as a community for the next week over the different social medias and even during the stream will vote on which one you think is the most fun or you would like to see. And then from there we'll pick the best, or we'll pick the top chosen one and we'll go with that. So you guys do definitely have influence in the game, but of course we're not talking about throwing a beholder at them at level 1. Contest, who can think of the least fitting monster to suggest? I'm pretty sure we could come up with some really like non-fitting monster. It's Icewind Dale. It's like straight up like if it's not ice-based or cold-based, it's pretty out of place. The displacer moves. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. That's the kind of originality we're talking about. We need that. A fire giant in Frostwind. He lost his way in the mountains. Alright. So, let's unmute the team as it seems we are all back.
And would follow him? No, there's not.
Team, you all there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Are
Yes.
you all good to go?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
So,
For
Sarah
better or
B,
worse.
before we head back, Sarah B with a big $10
Ooh.
saying fuck COVID. And I wholeheartedly agree, Sarah B. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. $10
Fuck
for
COVID.
charity.
Fuck COVID.
All right.
Thank you.
So, bringing it back, let's go ahead and get back into it. We'll go with the Icewind ambiance. And we will switch back over to RP chat. Oh no. Go away. Hey. Okay, we're good. Sometimes when I forget to turn off the sources, you know, they automatically play. But we're back. Everybody, welcome back. And we can lead directly from where we ended. So, as Kinrava and Leodin make their way back from the tavern, or the inn, they see the rest of the group kind of prepping and getting ready for the trip up north. What are you guys doing?
Oi! I brought some stew for everyone.
You see Leodin is carrying like this huge like platter of really, you know, shoddy made container in front of her.
I am starving. Do you got any ale?
No, I didn't think to grab any. I'm sorry.
Perhaps
We could
you
go
should...
up the road, but I think it would make it longer before we got on the road.
It's best if you save that for later, perhaps.
As
Yeah.
a celebration when we return.
I can get behind that.
And have money. Money's
That
nice.
as well.
And you guys can see now that the sled behind the dogs has been prepped. The steel that had been loaded off of the thing, or the crappy iron that had been loaded off of it, is completely gone. And now at this point you see a loose like large leather covering and some tie down ropes. Kinruva?
What's the weather like right now?
Currently, you look up and in the sky you see the rolling greenish teal lights of the Aurora Borealis kind of rolling over you, and the weather seemingly has died down just a bit. The wind has not is not treacherous. You note that at some point during the day previously, like, it was bad enough to where you open a door and it slams itself open. But that's pretty common for it to change so fickly. And no, the weather seems pretty clear. You can see the stars in the sky above you. Just seems like a light snowfall, almost like what you see on the screen. Abel.
Just a quick thing. Abel, after looking up and seeing the aurora, he just like a look of almost disgust on his face. And then you see him reach under his leathers or his hides and sort of grab onto something around his neck for a moment, and then
Right on. Olano, or I'm sorry, Kinrava, did you have something?
Kinrava's just going to pull up her hood, make sure her winter gear's all fine, and then she's going to get onto the back of the sled. But she is going to also say, we should probably head out fairly soon, if you ask me. The weather right now seems fairly calm, It might give us a bit of an edge getting there quicker.
I agree.
And you know, especially Olanu and possibly Kinrava, just for your slight amount of time being there, you know that this sled can carry a decent amount of weight. Matter of fact, Olanu, you've tested it out in terms of durability in order to make sure that you are not, caught off guard by any downfall that this thing might have caused in your travels. And during that time, you tested it, and you believe that this thing could, while being pulled by these two dogs, they each can pull about 360 pounds worth of stuff each. So now that you have two dogs, though, you're looking at about 720 pounds worth of pulling weight. That being said, with all of you piled on top, it's still pushing its limits, not necessarily fully, of course, but it is upwards in weight, due to the gear you're wearing, due to Olanu being large, and of course the giant axe she wields and all that kind of stuff, any kind of provisions. It's starting to weigh it down. And we can, of course, preliminarily say that you're approaching its weight limit, but you're able to all jump on, no problem.
Okay.
I'll walk up to Abel, and I'll put my hand on his shoulder, and I'll say, "Are you feeling any better? Did that help?"
Strangely, yes, I feel significantly better, actually. Thank you. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, here, take this bedroll and keep warm while you're healing, and I hope you feel better tomorrow.
I appreciate that. I do have my own already, but I appreciate the offer.
Hey, Abel.
Yes.
Are you good at handling sleighs?
Not particularly. I haven't. This is my first time leaving Tamerlane, so I've never really had to handle a sled before.
What about you, Grimly?
I'm great with a hammer, but as far as land vehicles, that's not my forte.
Either of you ladies?
Well, I've read about it.
I'll take that as a no.
I'm not, but I don't mind loving on the dogs.
When we're done, Alano will gesture for everyone to hop on, and she will attempt to steer the sleigh.
Oh no.
You see, as everybody kind of hops on, the sleigh kind of digs itself down into the snow, with each and every person kind of piling on top. One of you finding easily, seating in front with the reins. Olanu, very, large, kind of takes up pretty much the whole seat where the halflings were both sitting, completely. But, as Ian had done before, there are rails that you can hold on to the side and place your feet along the tread or the sleigh along the bottom. And there is room in the back as well to sit if you'd like. So, that being said, Olanu obviously choosing to drive. Where are you all positioned on the sleigh?
I'll have Kinrava sit in the back and have Omen flying above slightly overhead.
Okay.
I'll sit up front with Olanu, far away from Kinrava.
Olanu takes up the majority of the front seats. You'd find it you'd have a hard pressed time unless you're sitting in her lap.
No.
That worked.
Okay.
Wherever is far enough away from Kinrava, that's where
we could say that you're like on the front right or left of the slate, like holding on if you'd like. We'll put you on the top, the right side, the front right side.
I'll probably be sitting, probably next to Kinrava, just monitoring my wound.
Okay.
Oh, good,
And
because I
Leiden?
really wanted to be on the outside.
All right, Leiden, you find place up front as well on the front left side. So you have Olanu steering grimly and Leiden on the front, kind of holding on, kind of looking out towards the front. And Abel and Kinraba are nestled inside of the actual sleigh itself. And as Olanu kind of wishes Ian had really kind of shown him or shown her the proper manner of getting these creatures to move. What do you do, Olanu?
She's gonna kind of try and think about how he would do it, and she just kind of shakes the reins. It goes mush.
Animal handling check.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I knew
By
you
the
would
way-
make all the rolls in the game.
It was always meant to be you, Ellie. You were the
Just
chosen
say-
one.
You're waiting,
all of
everybody.
your... Just send all of your dice to prison.
What is it? What is it, Olanu? What do you got?
First one.
It's the one
It's
naturally.
a 1! Yes! Oh yes, our first one.
And
Feels
that's
good.
another dice gone by. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it right this time. There we go. It's above the rest. You got the natural 1. Oh, one's in chat. All right. So as she's like looking down, mush! She yells and whips the chains. And nothing happens as the dogs are scratching themselves. Nothing
Hey,
happens.
Abel, you sure you can't do anything with this?
I can certainly try, but let me get up.
As soon as you're all talking, you see a drunken man exiting far down the road with a large piece of fish that is like half eaten in his hand that he's just kind of like wobbling down the road. He drops the fish and just drops like face down into the snow. And the dogs immediately, they perk up and woof, begin to run, causing everybody to unstably like and begin to whoosh down the road. And as you're doing that, you like hold onto the reins and try to like pull them to different sides. And finally, you arrive at the fish, and one of them grabs the fish. We'll say Molly grabs the fish, picks it up as they're moving. And as you are doing so, the sled like hits the legs of the drunken man on the ground and causes him to spin out and like fall into the ditch kind of like beside the road. And you guys head out towards the north.
Sorry!
You guys head out towards the north entrance or exit to the city.
Alana, maybe I should try driving next time.
Maybe, but I'm not entirely sure how to stop.
We'll cross that road when we get there, I
All right. So, as you all start heading out, you exit out towards the northern exit, of course, of the city, and you're immediately met with just open plains of white snow. The snowfall is light, you know, calmly falling upon your faces. The obvious thing, of course, is the speed of the sled going, but the cold bites across your skin. It hurts almost, just from the speed alone. And as you head out, you know you have a journey ahead of you. You begin going for what seems like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. The most you see out in this barren wasteland is the black outline of the large mountains in the distance. One of them, you know, of course, the tallest, as Kelvin's Cairn. As you head in the direction of Kelvin's Cairn, Another 30 minutes passes or so. And this is where I'm gonna need a little help from chat. So, chat, what I'm gonna need you to do is I'm gonna make a poll, and you guys are gonna vote on how many times we're gonna spin this wheel, okay? We're gonna do a random encounter that, of course, I have curtailed. And I need you to vote how many times we're gonna spin on this wheel to kind of decide which one we're actually going for. You can vote an additional time if you have bits. You can vote an additional time for $1 or 100 bits, or if you have 600 channel points, you can have an additional vote as well. But here we go. Join the vote and tell us how many times we're going to spin this wheel for a random encounter. Let's hope it works. Let's do it. Guys, you decided that we're going to spin this wheel 5 times. It's just gonna keep popping up and back. Here we go. We're gonna spin this wheel 5 times. Players, get ready as we spin the wheel. So the first spin, 1. I don't like that noise at all. We're gonna change that next stream. 2. 3. Woo, not looking good. Here we go. All right, no. 4. Okay, and 5. Here we go. Hey! All right. So, thank you, chat, for your help. As now, you guys are pushing through the snow about 2 hours into the travel now. Almost 3. And as you push through the snow, you can see that the dogs are having a tough time of it. They're pushing through. They're almost like chest deep in fresh powder from the last storm. You push through the snow and now see a large hillside on both your left and right approaching. Very craggy and rocky. But you see, of course, a known path that kind of leads through the small, or the center of these 2 large craggy hills. It begins to form a small trench as you make your way through, the walls reaching a good 50, 60, 100 feet up in the air. As you're making your way through this trench, you see that the snow is getting deeper and deeper, and the cart begins to kind of sink low into the fresh powder. Alanu, the powder is now like rolling over you as if it was a water slide and you landed into a big pond, and it's just constantly rolling over you and you're having to cover your eyes. The dogs themselves come to a slow as the cart slows itself.
We may have to stop soon.
As you...
Yeah, it's getting pretty rough out here.
We should.
As you stop,
Yeah.
you note that the cart is buried a good, like, 2 feet into the snow, and the dogs are, like, hopping to make it to the next part of, in front of them. The snowfall has seemed to almost stop. Not necessarily stop, of course, but because you're in this trench, a lot of the snowfall that falls from above is getting caught on either the walls or the ledges above. The only kind of snow that you get may be a small tuft of snow that gets blown over the side that falls and lands on the ground next to you. The dogs seem to have stopped now.
Okay. Do we want to stay here for a while until this lightens up?
I think I'm gonna try to like dig us out of this mess. So I'm just gonna start using my axe to shovel the snow off the side of it.
Alanu will help.
Ooh, yeah, you guys start digging. It doesn't take much. Go ahead, Ken.
Go first. Go first.
It doesn't take much to get the snow from the tread. It doesn't seem like it's a terrible blizzard. It seems it's not hard packed snow either. It seems to be fresh powder. So much of it is essentially, just removing a small layer of snow away from the tread. Of course, why not? Why not natural one to throw everything off? My apologies, everybody. Anyways, you dig all the tread out really without issue. There's no strength or anything like that involved. It's just a simple willingness to do so. But it's going to take you a little bit, about 10-15 minutes. What's everybody else doing in that time?
Kinrava will step out of the place and don't know if this will work, but I'll give it a chance. But she will use prestidigitation to clear off some of the snow from the that's around the treads of the cart.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the magic that you weave, it's mostly new to you, as you attempt an incantation that's very rarely used up until this point. And as you point your hand out and wave your fingers, your attempt to move the snow from its location doesn't really take effect, but you notice a faint purple glow appear on the surface of the tread that you're looking at. And all of the snow that was on the tread seems to melt away and just kind of disappear. But the snow that was next to it just kind of falls right on top of it.
She'll just she'll just wait for the other two to work on it, while also quickly looking through Omen's eyes, flying up above to see if she can see anything around them.
Okay. Abel, Leiden,
Alana-
you guys do anything?
Hey, Abel, can you keep an eye out up there while we're working on this?
Yeah, he'll jump out of the wagon and go push his back against one of the cliffside walls, knock it, and just keep an eye out.
Leiden.
Leiden reaches in and grabs her snowshoes, drops them on the snow, plops her feet in them, and starts walking in the direction that they were going, just to see if she can see anything.
Sure thing.
And
So Abel makes his way out of the cart and kind of jumps down, knee deep in the snow now. And just wafts his way through. As he's pushing through, he kind of places his back up against the wall. And Leiden comes kind of trotting back behind you. And as she's trotting behind you, I need Abel and Leiden to both give me a perception check, please.
Should I do a check as well? Because
Actually, yeah,
she has to be out.
Kinrava, since you're seeing through the eyes, go ahead and you do the same.
Okay, seeing what this owl. Fuck. That is a 3.
Okay. Abel,
I got a 15.
15. Leiden,
I got a 16.
16. Okay. So both Abel and Leiden, as you guys approach the turning point of this corner here, because it's not a straight shot like down this area. It's a good winding pathway. You approach what looks to be like a corner, and before you even make it around the corner, Abel and Leiden, you hear the faint sounds of chittering, almost like rodents gnawing at something, or dancing on wood. Just rodents kind of running around, or chittering, as in like making the noises of a mouse. You hear this around the corner.
Abel, do you hear that?
Yes, I hear it. Everyone just hold on for a moment. I'm gonna walk towards the sound slowly.
Abel, as you walk towards the sound and approach the corner of this like bend that happens in the ravine, you look upon the wall that's directly in front of you before like heading around the corner. And you can see now a faint flickering blue light that is just emanating on the wall itself, almost like projecting on the wall. And before making your way around the bend, you see, of course, seeing the light, you see a giant 25 foot tall shadow appear on the wall in a very clearly threatening display as it looks upon you and like points in your direction. Abel.
I immediately turn around and run. There's something big, there's something big!
As Abel sees this shadow, he immediately just books it. Leodin, you're still listening to the sound and kind of like looking up for like the reverberation of, you know, the echo that kind of that emanates through the halls, and suddenly on your shoulder as Abel like bursts past you and heads back towards the sled itself. Leodin, you hear what sounds like laughing from around the corner.
She tries to stealthily peek around the corner to see if she can see something. To see if she can see what's over there.
Yeah, roll a stealth check for me.
Oh, I'm not used to being a rogue. That's a 13.
You mean you're used to being a rogue?
Yeah, super used to being a rogue. I'm not used to not being a rogue.
Got
there
it.
wasn't not enough words.
Not
in
enough
that
knots.
sentence. So
What'd
it's
you get? Sorry.
only a 13.
Only a 13, unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding. So, with the 13, you make your way around the corner. And as you make your way around the corner, you see a strange sight. It's a large alcove that reaches about 15 or 20 feet inward on the cliff to your right. You see what looks to be a small campfire. But strangely enough, the campfire is lit with blue flame. And standing around the campfire are small creatures, very small creatures, that are strangely garbed. You see them dancing around, probably no bigger than, 6 inches tall to a foot, maybe. And you see them dancing around this flame. And as you see them dancing around this flame, one seems to be holding up like a little staff in its hands, what looks to be like a makeshift staff. And a large shadow seems to be dancing along the wall to your left. Probably about 25, 30 feet tall. As these creatures dance around the flame. And as soon as you peek your head around the corner, one of them that was like mid-dance stops in his position as if frozen in time, and slowly, he's like on one foot, without putting his foot down, just rotates in position and looks towards you. And as he looks towards you, you hear and see a moment of panic as they begin to like run around this little campfire thing and even run into each other and fall down into the snow.
What you doing, folks?
As soon as you say this, they give notice as they hold their faces from the collision, and the one that kind of looks to be dressed in like almost like not twine, like twigs, kind of almost in a teepee fashion from its neck down, almost like a dress of twigs. Kind of looks over at you, and you now notice that it doesn't have a face per se. It has a face, but it looks to be wearing a wooden mask or some sort of mask, maybe stone, maybe wood, whatever it is. It has a mask of some sort, and it looks just to have like two black carved eyeballs and one black carved mouth to be in a circular fashion. As it looks over at you, it looks and moves very fast. You know, it's very unnaturally fast, and it twists its head to the side, and you see the mask like spin in place for a moment, and then it like does its head over to the other side, and suddenly they look at each other, they look back at you, and they dive into the fire. As they dive into the fire woof, puts itself out.
Oh, well, that was weird. I wonder if I can get closer and look at that fire.
Your thing?
Well, the not fire.
You going up and approaching?
Yes.
All right. So as you go to approach this, Abel, you make it back to the cart as Grimly Olanu are struggling to dig this out, and you just see Kinraval just practicing her magical prowess.
I'm digging out more snow than you.
He's out
You
of breath.
wish.
There was something big over there. I don't know what Leodin's doing. She's just walking straight up to it.
You left her?
He'll turn around and start running back.
What?
Our group, lady. Kinrava's just gonna look at like the two of the axes and just go, our friends, ladies and gentlemen.
Alanu
then
grabs
she's go-
her axe and starts running.
She's
I
going,
chased after.
Kinrava's going to get off the
Abel, like out of breath, like hands on knees, kind of it just turns and like goes back. Olanu, readying her axe, heads out after Abel.
I'll chase
Kinrava
you.
will follow.
Kinrava will
follow.
just kind of walk back behind them.
with Omen flying overhead. above
Omen
her.
flag overhead, sure. Grim. Yep. You
I'll do my best to keep up.
sure thing. Yeah, they're striding through the snow as if it was nothing. But Grimly, you have to kind of find their wake where they kind of went through the snow and kind of cleared a way for you to kind of, get a little bit of running power to make sure that it's not like up to your chest in the snow. And yeah, your axe is actually making, good like headway inside the snow itself to make its own path as you carry it out in front of you. Leodin, you approach the sticks on the ground, or the logs on the ground.
How well lit is it? Like, how bright is it outside right now?
It's a very good question. So as the fire burns out, or has burnt out, now the only thing lighting this entire area is the Aurora Borealis above. As you look up, you can see the 3/4 moon just hanging in the sky with bright stars shining down upon you. So sitting currently, you are in like a greenish blue moonlight. But other than that, there is no other light sources. Very, very faint.
So she holds her necklace and casts light, the cantrip light on it, and leans down so that way the light follows her gaze basically, and she can look. She has light while she's looking, and she just wants to investigate the fire. or or she wants to investigate where the fire was and
Sure.
see if there's
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, no, of course. You place your hand upon your necklace, and as you do, a faint glow that kind of emanates through your hand, causing your hand to have like that orangish red, kind of like see-through look. You holding like a flashlight underneath it occurs as you release, and suddenly as you release, that light emanates from the necklace and kind of reflects off of the icy stone around you, causing a bit of refraction to kind of land in different areas, making it quite nice looking. And as you look down into the fire, or where the fire was, you note that there's no smoke, and hell, this wood doesn't even look burnt. As a matter of fact, as you look down and you bend down and you look and you touch it, it's cold to the touch. You look around, need you to roll an investigation check.
That is a 14.
14. You're looking around, and oddly enough, there's just nothing here. There's sticks. The area is cold to the touch. But you look at the small pathing that those strange creatures created as they ran around in circles. And as you look down into one of the pits that they kind of created in the snow, you can see the small stick that one of them was carrying. And you pick it up, and it like double the length of a toothpick, maybe, probably about this big. And you can easily see that it has like carvings all on it. It's a very ornate, tiny little stick.
Can I read it or attempt to read it? If the
If there
carving
was writing, yes, but it is mostly pictography, pictures. It's really pretty drawings.
Well, she's going to keep this stick, but she's going to want to look at it a little bit longer.
Sure, of course. As you're looking at the stick and kind of just looking down, you know, of course, inspecting it and looking around for maybe anything more, you hear from around the corner as Abel comes in around the corner. What are you doing, Abel?
I just have my bow drawn, and I'm just aiming it sort of almost directly at Leodin.
You hear the sound of like the bow like stretching out as the string like as he looks out at you.
Oi, hey! Darling, we don't need this right now. They were like this big.
No, there was something big. It was huge.
No, you saw a shadow. I saw the same shadow, but they were this big. And then they jumped in the fire, and they disappeared.
I'll pull the arrow off the bow and clutch my side. And I'll look back to see if the rest of the party is coming.
As you do, Olanu is just right there, like towering over you, behind you, and like she kind of like, you know, goes from like an attack position to deflates.
I thought you said there was something big.
I thought there was something big.
Kinrava shortly pulling up after her.
What's happened?
So, there were these little creatures that looked like sticks, and they were dancing around the fire that was blue. It was a blue fire. And then they saw me. They freaked out. I talked to them, but only like, "Hi, what you doing?" And then they leaped back into the fire. But then it appears that there's no fire, and she goes to pick up a log. You'd never know that there was a fire.
Leonin, I need you to roll a persuasion check, please.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Well, I need you guys to know as adventurers and chat as well. We will be making strange rolls in this game. This one included, and this is kind of one of the first ones that we are kind of getting into. This game really includes a lot of not necessarily secrecy, but it contains a lot of maybe group turmoil. You know, one person may not believe another person, or there may be some intricacies between group members that others don't see. And a lot of times I'll have them roll maybe a persuasion or a deception check, of course, depending on how they want to play it. But for instance, like this, she really needs to convince him that that's what she saw. Because in times like these, you never know when somebody might go crazy. So, it's a dirty 20 though. As you present your findings, and maybe Abel's, you know, able to kind of corroborate your story, grimly approaches as he makes his way through the pathing.
Ah! Where are they?
We don't need it. Don't worry.
Abel just turns around and starts walking back to the sled.
Mm-hmm.
Question.
Yeah, Ken.
From that description she gave, and from my history of being at the East Haven Library, would I have any sort of information to know what these creatures might be?
Sure thing. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a history check? And since you're a freaking librarian, why don't you roll that with advantage?
Okay. History. That is a 24.
24. Kinrava, you've read many things among the history, and not just the history, but the stories told within Icewind Dale. One of the stories that you've run across seems almost and faintly familiar to you when Leodin describes these small creatures that appeared strangely, like completely outside of the norm here of what you would think that you could find within Icewind. And suddenly jumping into the fire like that, that almost pinpoints the location. As you recall now in your readings of the history of small creatures called Chewinga. The Chewinga themselves are small elemental creatures who make their way through many places throughout the world. But the tales of these icy or cold or frost-born Chewinga is very rare comparatively to, you know, the world of Cholt or anywhere else. Cholt, of course, being the main place of reference where you got most of your reading. These Chewinga are creatures of nature, known to bound between realms, you know, easily and swiftly. They're known to be quite mischievous. You know, be it good or bad, it's mostly incidental what they do, but you can never really tell what is going to happen next with one of them. There's never really been a straight edged, this is what the Chewinga is going to do experience in your readings.
So on the way back to the cart, Kinrava's going to explain all of that to the group. and just say, I think that may actually be what you experienced here, which is, as far as I'm aware, a very rare occurrence. You should consider yourself lucky. Oh, and grab some of those logs before we leave, just in case. It's good to have something to burn.
Do we need to worry about those little things being attached to these logs?
I'm not really quite sure. Whenever it comes to these sort of creatures, there's nothing to tell whether they will do what they will or won't. They are the epitome of chaotic.
Gotcha.
Leadin?
Quick question.
Sure.
Did that alcove that was over there look like a cave-like alcove, or just sheltered somewhat
No,
from the
not
elements?
even. Not even. It's almost like as if the mountain kind of just curved in at that point and created a small like inward bevel into the cave. Or, I'm sorry, into the cave. You made me say cave. Sorry, into the wall of the hill that essentially makes up this area.
Gotcha.
So I mean, literally straight up 50, 60 feet, and then an edge that leads over the edge. But that just so happened to have like a curve to it.
Oh, hey, Kinrava, have you ever seen one of these? And she offers her the little like double. She offers her the stick that she found.
Yeah, she holds you up. Essentially, what she's holding now, that little pencil width and size stick. Doesn't seem familiar to you. Doesn't really. It's not of something that you've read or anything. It's almost alien in like its nature. Of course, it is just a stick, so who knows?
I'm afraid I haven't, but keep in mind I'll admit I'm fairly new to the whole surface. Being above ground, so to say, but if I had to guess, perhaps this is one of the ways they were channeling their magic. You did mention they had blue fire, and she lights like a little bit of blue fire on the edge of her finger as well. But
Kinrava, as soon as you do this small little parlor trick of yours to create a matchstick of fire upon the fingertips, you know, this purple flame that kind of emanates from your fingertips, the design on the staff, the little tiny little staff that you're carrying, or you know, of course the stick, the design on it lights up with like a fluorescent blue.
actually, I think the fire is blue, so she'll put that blue fire to the stick that's glowing then, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, you
Oh,
hold
but-
up your finger,
But don't
and as
burn
you do
it.
that,
Yeah, she's not gonna put it close enough to burn it, but she'll. Yeah.
yeah, you put it closer, and as you put it closer, it almost like glows.
Well, now that's intriguing.
Genera's gonna act like she thought that was gonna happen. She's totally gonna act like she thought that was gonna happen.
Sure.
I see. Thought so.
Exactly what I thought.
But what does that? But what does that mean?
I'll admit I'm not entirely sure, but this might be how they was channeling their magic to light the fire, or perhaps even how they vanished back through it, if what you said is true. I do believe you. Trust me, I do believe you. I've seen enough strange things in the Underdark to take people at their word for this.
I am going to go ahead and divine sense the area.
You want to divine sense the area. Okay. So Grimly, you take a moment to gather yourself as Kinrava and Leodin are, you know, not bickering back and forth, but they're speaking back and forth to each other. You know, going back and forth. You don't want to have to deal with them or you know get involved in what they're talking about, but you kind of maybe try and want to sense stuff, and as you do, you kind of look down and close your eyes, and as you close your eyes, the sounds around you magnify, almost in bursts, magnify and then away, and then magnify and away. Nothing appears. You hear the sound of wind. You hear the sound of like a small bunch of, winter-based creatures making their way across the snow up top the ledge. But nothing more.
Would you mind if I held on to this for a while, Leodin? When we get back to town, I could try and do a few tests on it.
Well, I want it back because it's really pretty, but I guess that's fine.
If you would like, I'm more than happy to test it in your presence when we get back into town.
Only because I want to see whatever you do to it and whatever happens to it, but yeah, that sounds fine.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Actually, would you like to hold on to it for the time being?
Sure, that's great. Thank you.
She'll hand it back.
She daintily just like plucks it from your hands. Excellent. In the time being, Olanu and Abel have completely dug out the remaining bit of the sled, and the dogs seem to be happy. Abel, Olanu, what are you guys doing?
Do you want to try it this time?
Sure. I mean, won't hurt.
Okay.
Just make sure that there's no big shadows on the road.
He'll just drop his head and shake it.
And Abel, I need you to roll an animal handling check, please,
Oh boy.
for that T drop.
Roll better than me.
Kinrava is getting in the back before he does anything and holding on like.
Yeah, well, I brace myself.
So
He's
before
Alana
he,
will
like,
take the other side.
He's like hugging.
She's gonna
Before he-
actually. She's
Grimly's
gonna have
hugging
one
the
arm
side.
holding on to it, the other arm holding Omen.
Yeah,
just
for
like,
sure.
no.
Okay, so Omen is like not even like on your shoulder. You're just like bear hugging Omen, and Omen's just like
Pretty
looking
much,
around
yeah.
like frantically. Leodin,
Is Olanu now on the side of the
I think
sled?
Olanu jumped on like
Yes.
to the side, like real quick.
Then she'll climb in and sit next to Kinrava and basically, not necessarily white knuckle both hands, but the hand holding on is
Sure, yeah, of
just
course.
kind of like,
Yeah, knowing it. Abel, what did you get for that animal handling?
Before he goes to the reins, he's gonna go to the dogs and sort of get down on his knee and sort of pet him for a moment. I rolled a 21.
Nice.
Oh, thank
So-
God.
Abel, as you give him a nice little pat on the head, you can see that their panting has obviously diminished by the time that you return to them from your escapade through this trench. And you make your way to him, give him a nice pet. They seem very happy, seem very acquainted to you. And as you go back, oh, go ahead.
While I'm petting him, I'll just whisper, I thought it was a big monster. And then I'll go back to the reins.
You just see the most loving and like caring eyes looking back at you with like a panting tongue sticking out.
And I'll
Abel,
go to
you
the-
make your way back to the driver's seat. Before you even bring your hands down, the cart begins to move as the dogs know exactly what's up. As Molly and Sarah push through, you can see that they're trucking at first and like pushing against the snow and digging themselves a little deeper because of the trench that you guys kind of were in. But because of the snow that you guys lifted out, they're able to finally push and pull their way through this deep trench of snow. And you make your way out into the unknown yet again. And you push your way for hours upon hours upon hours through nothingness, open sky, and snow. Until finally, you push through and you see what looks like the outlines of what looks to be something in the snow ahead.
I'll slow down the sled.
Pull back on the reins and cause the dogs to kind of slow down.
I'll shout out, "I think I see the cart."
How far away are these figures?
You don't see figures necessarily, Abel. You can easily describe it as not necessarily a cart. You might have seen a cart when you first, of course, arrived, but as you approach even closer, slowly, as the dogs pull you closer and closer, you see now the outlines of what looks to be like something sticking halfway into the snow. It's not necessarily a rock, and it's definitely not grass or a tree.
Leading, you're on the right side of the sled?
Leadin is inside the middle of the
That's
sled.
now Olanu.
Yep.
Olanu is chilling on the side.
I'll sort of look up at Alanu and... Do you want to go over there and look at it with me?
You stay here. Grimly. With me.
Okay.
I'll
Can I
also let Omen up into the sky and follow them
Sure thing.
skywards.
I'll use her as cover as I walk behind.
Yep. Abel kind of pulls and yanks on the reins to really pull back and make sure that the dogs stop. The dogs come to like a slow stop, but the sled slides a few more feet before stopping. Grimly hops off, and Olanu is already making her way thump, 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 through the snow, making her way to the figure. Kinrava lets Omen into the air. And Olanu, as you approach, you can obviously see what looks to be a dismembered corpse sticking out of the snow in the gully. Snow covers most of the gory bits, but a headless torso and severed limbs are visible.
She kind of stops and starts kind of looking around. Symbols for Grimly, to also look around.
One of us was bound to do it.
Sorry. You two, be nice to us. She didn't mean it. Grimly, what are you doing?
As I run up behind, when I see the corpse, the first thing that flashes through my mind is something that I've seen in the past, and it haunts me. So I slow down and take a breath, and I'll slowly walk up behind it.
Grimly, make a wisdom save for me, please. Olanu gives Grimly a bit of a Navy SEAL, go on ahead kind of signal. As Grimly begins to walk up and look upon this disaster of a situation, he's coursed with a memory within himself and slows to a stop. Olanu, you see tracks pretty much all over the place. There's faint tracks in the snow. The blizzard and snow has caused some of the tracks to kind of faint and disappear, but there's still a decent amount of tracks. I need you to roll a wisdom survival check for me. And Grimly, do so with disadvantage.
$18.
Good. Because I got a
rolled
10.
18 and then a 16.
With disadvantage, well done. Alana, what'd you get?
10.
Of course you did. Why not?
Yeah. Just
Han, I am
10.
gonna buy you an entire new
No,
set of
don't
dice.
don't even, because the second we get into combat, she's gonna chop some motherfucker's head off, and we know it. All right,
Yeah, she's
So-
due.
Grimly, as you look around, you stop in your tracks. I mean, like literally, just stop, and your heart is beating twice as fast as it normally does. Bead of sweat kind of comes down your forehead, and as it comes down your forehead, begins to freeze over into frost. But you gather your wits about you as you look around and look at the ground. And you can see now that the faint tracks in the snow are left behind by some small humanoids wearing snowshoes. You also find that there are faint tracks leading away from the dismembered corpse on the ground.
This looks more like a... Sorry, I had to collect myself. This looks more like a... Like humans were here, and there must have been a struggle. Do I see the head?
You look around and there is no head to be found.
It looks
you
like
gather-
the tracks head this way.
You gather from the tracks that there's probably somewhere between 6 to 10 small humanoids walking with snowshoes through this thing, and of course following along with the trail of the tracks on the snow.
Humans. I thought they said it was a Yeti.
Yeah, it's strange. It seems like a lot of them too.
And there's no cart. Or tracks where the cart came from?
Do we see tracks for a cart?
You see the tracks for the cart? Sure, yeah, absolutely. So, as I had said before, though, the tracks are faint in the snow, kind of leading away from the point of the body.
It looks like they head that way. Chances are, this guy died here and the cart got taken that direction. Do you think we should head that way, or what do you think?
Let's convene with the rest. Explain what we see. Most likely, this was the cause of the incident.
Yeah, let's head back.
You make your way through the snow. The wind and snow is just a little bit heavier now. It's not necessarily the snow that you left with. You guys are about 15 or so hours into this trek. And the snow has just picked up a little bit. Not so much that it's detrimental, but it's hard to see at times where you have to like wipe your eyes, of course, from the snow that falls upon your forehead. But other than that, it's not too obstructive. But you make your way back to the cart.
Hey guys, just ahead we saw the body, and it looks like the tracks head off, and the cart that we're looking for is probably that direction.
The cart was
Wait.
taken.
Yeah, it probably wasn't a Yeti.
Well,
Not a Yeti.
no. That's fine.
It doesn't look that way. Possibly humans, or a humanoid of some sort. There were snowshoe prints.
Snowshoes. Could it have been bandit?
Possibly. I doubt a Yeti has any use for iron.
Grimly, go ahead and roll me a general intelligence check, please. Meaning just add your intelligence modifier.
15.
15.
I get a +0.
Sure, no problem. So as you kind of gather the information that you've gathered so far, you know that the prints are much smaller than a general human would be. This could lead to that being of a dwarf, a halfling, or a smaller monster-like creature. It all depends on, of course, who's wearing the snowshoes, but it is a smaller being. It's not necessarily human or above or medium-sized creature in that being, in that sense. It is larger.
I'll convey that to the others as well.
These dwarves were of the same clan of you, if I remember correctly, were they not, Grimly?
Well, I saw the emblem of the ale spilling over, which could possibly mean that they are of the same clan.
Perhaps then that means that this could have been taken out by one of the rivals of your clan there on the surface.
That's true. We butt heads a lot up there. Maybe we should follow this and make sure that they're not still hanging around, or maybe they took off with a cart. This might be a longer journey than we had originally planned.
Yeah,
agreed.
And Grimly, with that original perception check, which was bomb, you also would be able to discern that the tracks are pretty newfound. You know that the snow itself pushing forward, into the ground and covering the area. You know that a lot of times tracks will get covered pretty quickly. And in this situation, tracks seem kind of fresh. I mean, in regards to how bad the weather is currently.
Yeah, with the recent snowfall, it seems like these are fairly fresh. So the sooner we head that way, probably the better. We could probably catch them if we're quick about it.
All right, then. That's Abel. Would you be able to follow behind them if Grimly gives directions?
Perhaps we'll probably have to travel at a much slower speed, but most likely.
Grimly, if you sit up front with Abel, could you help direct him with the tracks on the cart?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll head up there.
Can I bring something up?
Hmm?
We've been traveling for well over 12 hours now. Do we think the dogs need to take a rest?
That is a very good point.
I was just about to say that. I think I needed a rest as well.
Yeah, maybe we bed down. I just don't want to lose these guys.
Yeah, it's true. The tracks may be lost by the time we wake.
Especially with the snowfall.
Yes. If you could check the dogs, maybe we could give them 5 minutes rest, give them something to eat, and then we'll have to at least head out for at least another hour or so before giving them a rest, just so we get some ground on them.
We could also walk next to the cart, give them a break from at least our weight.
That is true, yes.
Yeah,
That
we'll be
might not
traveling
be a
more
bad
slowly
plan.
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, except for Grimly. No offense, little one, but we walk a bit faster than you.
Well, I don't weigh that much, so no offense taken.
You see Grimly say he doesn't weigh that much as you look at his armor and shield and weapon and give him a thumbs up.
So Kinrava's gonna go around to where the dogs are and take out the scraps they got from the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also going to cast Prestidigitation to make these scraps smell much better than what they probably do smell.
Sure. I mean, you take your hand and reach into the bag and you stick your hand in mush, essentially. And you're just afraid to even grip. And finally you kind of gather yourself and pull out. And you pull out like an old rotting fish and what seems to be maybe like a half-finished leg of deer. Of course, gone way past its rotting point. You like shove it over to the side and cast your prestidigitation upon it, and the dogs seemed interested even with you bringing the bag up, but as soon as you cast the prestidigitation, they ignore the bag and move over to the goodies that are on the ground and immediately start feeding upon them.
She like reaches down and pats their heads and is just...
As you reach down, they begin to growl as your hand kind of like approaches them. Like, you know, when a dog is really protective of their stuff, like they stop eating or they stop moving and they like shift their eyes to you but don't move their head and they begin to growl. It's one of those.
Fair enough. And she'll quickly slip them a little bit of her own rations while trying to be a little bit stealthy about it.
Right. Good. What's everybody else doing?
I'll mount up at the front and try to direct Abel as we move along.
Okay.
Alana's gonna have Percy come out of her hood and settle into the cart.
Yep. You see Percy kind of like two legs and then 4 legs kind of hop up onto her shoulder and then hop down into the cart.
If we go on for at least... Go on, sir.
Go for it.
I was just going to say, if we go on for another hour after we're finished with this, then at the very least we'll get an idea on the direction that these tracks lead us.
Do we know the names of these dogs?
Oh. Molly and Sarah.
Do you know which one's which?
She just kind of looks at him like, huh.
Of course you do. Molly's got the black spot on her back.
Oh, yeah, the one with the black spot. That's Molly.
Totally.
So Leodin gets down once they're done eating in their faces and just kind of pets both of them very calmly and methodically as she would the axe beaks, just talking to them, telling them that everything's gonna be okay, they're gonna get a rest in a little bit, but using their names so they get used to us as a group.
Yeah. You find it just nearly as difficult as Kinrava did to get in between them and their food, but you slowly approach.
It was after their food,
after
they were done eating.
Excuse me. And as you approach, of course, they are much more receptive. And, of course, they seem decently rested. And as you guys chill here, you guys can go ahead and receive the benefits of a short rest. So if you'd like to roll short rest dice.
Oh, finally. I'm still at 7 hit points.
I say you guys, but I'm looking directly at you, Abel.
I was wondering where you were at with just adding the 5 that I gave you.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You, of course, can roll your hit dice to regain a bit of health.
As Leodin is petting the dogs, Kinrava's just going to look over at her and just watch what she's doing. But she's going to call Omen back to her shoulder and just start petting him instead.
Sure. Giving him a little bit of a chin rub.
Yeah.
Lana will go over with Percy and just kind of play with him, just chucking like...
This whole group just has like tiny little animals just chilling around him. No, Percy kind of takes the moment that he's finally free of the pack, and you know this is just the way Percy is. But you put him out of the pack, and as soon as you do, he takes this moment to be as rambunctious as he possibly can. He's just jumping up and down, and as soon as you like approach, he like approaches really fast and like rubs onto you and stuff like that, and just kind of like. You can see that he's pushing onto you, and his wings furl out and then like come back in.
Tons of scritches.
But they furl out. They furl out at like different times. You know what I mean? Like not together.
I'm gonna
She'll
take a
kind of
moment.
take little stones and toss it to Sushi and get him to like grab it and bring it back.
Yes, very much like a small pet. She pounces on them almost like a fox. All right, Grimly.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a moment to pull out my whale beard oil and just kind of groom myself and take care of my nice, well furbished bumblebee beard.
For sure. As you pop out a small tincture from your pack, you undo the little cork top, pour it upon your hand, and rub it into your beard. And oddly enough, it's in freeze. As you rub it in, you see a nice, shiny, healthy beard. And you take the ends of your mustache, pull them up.
Of course.
All right.
And-
Are we
yeah.
ready to go?
So at this point, you guys are done with your short rest, and you can continue.
I'll
Leaves
jump
the
back
boat.
up on the cart with or the sled with Grimly right next to me.
Okay.
Grimly, do you smell that?
All I smells beard oil right now. What do you smell?
Oh, forget about it.
Okay.
And you continue on as you the reins and push forward through the snow. You begin to follow the tracks. As you follow the tracks for about 15 or 20 minutes or so, you can see, of course, they've diminished for quite a bit. But as you continue on, they begin to slowly recuperate themselves. They become more and more visible as you continue. And that signifies that you're getting closer, obviously, to where you need to be. About 45 minutes into your trek, following said tracks, I need Abel and Gimli to roll me a perception check, please.
Gimli?
Gimli?
Yeah.
I said Gimli, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I can't wait for this. You said perception?
Hey, future me, go ahead and edit that out. Thanks.
You said perception?
Yeah, perception check, please.
12.
I rolled a natural 1.
Excellent. Natural one. Well played.
That beard oil is stinging my eyes.
So as Abel is looking forward, Grimly, your beard, as magnificent as it is waving in the wind and whipping beard oil off the ends and slapping Abel across the face as he has to like wipe his face constantly of this beard oil. Like Abel, like half of your face is just glistening in glory. But Grimly, as you look upon towards the snow, you notice, of course, that you begin to get closer and closer to your target. You begin to bend over around this bend that is created by a small hill, and ahead, about 120 feet or so ahead of you, you see what appear to be a group of small creatures struggling to push a large sled full of iron ingots piled atop of it. They pushing. You see one guy climbing on top and then falling off, and one guy pushing from the back, one guy pulling from the front. And you see this as you approach. And that's where we'll go ahead and end today's session.
Ah!
Damn it.
Oh.
God damn it.
I was blissfully unaware that it was bothering him.
Yeah.
He just pulls his face covering up more.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I wanted that combat.
As did I.
I think we're going to be starting off with that, probably, so...
All right.
Agreed.
This goes out to this being a charity stream. I don't mind continuing on with this encounter. I have written out, of course, further on past this. So it is up to you as players if you would like to continue. If you would like to continue,
Yes.
I'm totally down. I'm okay with it. You can continue on.
Guys,
I know
what do you
it's
think?
late for y'all.
That's what I'm saying.
Look,
If
I'm
you guys
gonna
want to.
I'm gonna be up until 4 a.m. my time, dude. I am fine.
I would like, if we continue on, a quick break, and then we can come back. Because I figure we're immediately going into combat, and we
Well,
can't.
Oh, know that. I mean, maybe, but you can
Good
totally do whatever you
point.
want.
I shoot 3 arrows.
Just
right.
a tray.
Let's get a general consensus. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a general consensus. Everybody that wants to continue, go ahead and give me a thumbs up. That way I can...
I have dinner at 6:30, and it's almost 5 my time, so that's an hour and a half. So
Okay.
as long as you think that we can manage that time,
Let me know. So, like, do we have an hour and a half, or do we have an hour?
an hour and a half.
We can easily do it in an hour and a half. No problem.
All
We
right.
good, we good to go? All right, ladies and gentlemen, with a surprise bit of extra content at the end, we're going to go ahead and continue this session. We're
Going
gonna
into overtime.
yeah, we're going into OT. So
As long as chat's okay with it.
as long as chat's okay with it. But we'll go ahead and take a quick break, a little bit of a maybe grab a drink break, and we'll be right back to see what our adventurers have found. Guys, stick around, stay tuned, and we'll be back soon. Guys, do not forget that this stream today is for charity. Alright? COVID-19 has been a piece of shit all year, and it's our turn to punch back. Okay? If you donate, subscribe, give bits today, all of that will be going towards COVID-19 Relief Fund. And we'll be going ahead and doing a video showing that all the funds and everything like that we gathered today will be going towards there. And yeah, I hope we can make even the smallest change, you know? Nothing crazy popped up. I like it. Alright, since we have everybody back, Grimly, you notice about 120 feet ahead of you or so, there is a large cart that is being pushed, or large sled that is being pushed with a large amount of iron ingots atop of it. You see that it's covered in some haphazard leathers and skins to kind of keep all the pieces from falling. But you see that they're moving towards what appears to be a 20-foot tall wagon, parked up further ahead in the snow. Pretty good distance ahead. You can really just kind of make out the shape of it within the snow.
Abel, maybe we should slow down a bit. Just up ahead, I see it looks like the carts, and they're pushing it by hand. It looks like it's got to be tough.
I'll stop the sled.
And you pull back on the reins, and the dogs come to a slow stop.
Maybe we can sneak up on them, or do you think we should go civil about this and try to explain, because it doesn't belong to them?
I get the feeling that if they were willing to kill the previous owner, it's exactly an option on the table.
Can I see what they're wearing? Do they have like furs on and stuff?
Actually,
Yeah.
can I see them as well with my 120 dark vision?
Well, I mean, dark vision doesn't really play a part whenever the snow is blockage
Oh,
versus
yeah, fair
dark.
enough. Yeah, fair enough.
It's more along the lines of you can see, of course, through a decent amount in the snow, you know what I mean, apart from the darkness. So yeah, you do have a good vision, obviously, because Grimly has a vision of them, being that he can also see somewhat like you can. As you look up in the distance, you do see the shadow of what looks to be the shapes of these creatures, and also up ahead that large structure that they're heading towards. But Abel, you can see that these are definitely not human, obviously, by the size of the creatures. But from 120-foot distance in the snow, it's difficult to tell outside of the shapes and shadows. They do move quite strangely and sporadically to be that of a dwarf or even a halfling.
I think we should approach as quietly as possible.
I mean, I'll do my best. I'm not really good at that.
Just until we can see a little better what's happening.
All right.
I've never been one to approach quietly, but I guess if you recommend it.
I can scout forward a little ahead, if that's alright. If that's what you'd prefer.
Yes, let's just make sure the dogs are a fair distance away. If fighting does break out, the last thing we want is them caught up in it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Alani, were you...
Go ahead.
Alani, are you
I'll hang
quiet
out in
of
the back.
group?
I'm fairly quiet.
Would you like to
I'm a
come with
little
me?
large, but yes.
I'll also send Owen with you, my owl.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna stealth up there.
And I'll attempt to join him. I don't have any
Okay.
clanky armor.
Go ahead and both of you roll stealth, and since you guys are approaching, let's go ahead and move over to our combat screen. It's not necessarily the combat screen like they're going into combat, but it is a map screen per se. I should definitely rebrand that as a map screen. And so can I see. We will move you guys over here. Now, you guys can see kind of where you're located. And let's go ahead and situate yourselves in accordance to where you would. Kind of like this. Just for now, imagine your sled next to you. I'm going to come up with a icon for that next time. And now your dogs are kind of just chillaxing right next to you. And a distance away, you can see these creatures. Now, Olanu and Abel, you should be able to move your characters if I'm not mistaken. If you want to go ahead and test that out real quick.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry. Kinrava.
Everybody starts running around.
Yeah. First off, Kinrava, I switched to a snow scene and your face explodes on screen because of the white balance. Anyways. So, I need both Olanu and Abel to roll me stealth checks, please.
Get a 16.
I rolled a natural 20.
You rolled a
Nice.
natural 20? Very nice. Well done. So what does that equate to?
25.
25 and a 16.
Stealthy barbarian.
You guys approach from behind, and the snow seems to be piling upon, you know, the areas that are, of course, stationary. And as you approach, the snow is beating down upon your head a decent amount. It's not snowstorm worthy, but it is quite heavy. And as you approach, you get just a bit closer. And from this point, you guys are coming up over like what looks like the crest of a hill. And as you approach the end of this hill crest. Let's see if I can get you. There we go. You can see now a closer image or a closer visual of what you see, and you can now see this straight up close as this creature. As you hear throughout the snow, kind of like echoing throughout the eternity of this wasteland, and you hear as they push upon this big, overbearing cart or sled. What are you guys doing? They don't seem to notice you.
I think Grimly has a question.
Grimly, sorry.
From being from this area, have I seen these creatures before?
Being from this area might be helpful, but being as you have not spotted them 100%, it is non-effective.
They're small. We could take them. What do you think?
Be my guest. I'm gonna stay back here. And I'll
do you
notch
wanna-
an arrow.
You gonna knock an arrow? Okay. Olanu, what are you doing?
Alana is going to take out one of her javelins and ready
Okay.
to throw.
All right, so you guys.
Once
are-
we're closer. I was like, wait, what's the
Chilling.
distance?
This cart seems to be moving pretty slow, but it is still moving. And so as you guys are kind of chilling in wait, they move up just a little bit closer.
Okay.
I'll look back at the rest of the party and just motion for them to come up.
Kinrava will come up as much as she can.
30 foot walking speed.
Grimly, you following?
I will follow as close behind as I can, which isn't very close.
I'll just go ahead and move you up. Olanu and Abel, you're still following, but they seem to be approaching this large structure. ever so
Oh my god,
closely.
I didn't even see.
Okay.
And as you get closer and closer, now that you've moved up even further, you can see the large structure is covered in spikes created by like large trunks of trees jutting out the front of it. This wagon itself is about 20 to 25 feet tall. The creatures that you are now spotting take up very little space within it. And hauling this enormous sandcrawler-esque vehicle, you see two large polar bears being held back by two of the creatures holding large reins as they pull upon the reins and cause the structure to like jut forward every few seconds. As you hear kind of like in the distance, like in the snow, you hear a faint roar.
So I want to try and get within 30 feet of them stealthily, and then throw a javelin at the one closest.
Okay. So with that stealth score, you really don't find it very difficult to get within that distance, seeing that these creatures don't seem too invested in caring about what the fuck is going on around them. So that being said, 30 feet from this creature could be anywhere in, let's say, this range.
Okay, just kind of go towards the rock a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, the creature that is closest to you is actually 25 feet, so if you want to move a little bit further back and over, you're more than welcome to. Sure thing.
Yeah.
So you
So that I
approach
kinda-
a large boulder that kind of sticks out of the ground and like stick your back to it as you pull out the large javelin from your back. The javelin itself looks to be shoddily made, probably from the black hand or the black iron blades. But it's sharp, it's pointy. You know, it might get the job done.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna check it.
All right. So, as you chuck it, I need everybody to go ahead and roll for initiative.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh no.
Let's steal this. We're gonna do this and roll for initiative. That's a nat 20. That's not what I wanted, but we're gonna go ahead and roll for initiative.
We're gonna die.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Ooh, that music.
Olanu, as you approach, you chuck the thing in the air. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Nice. 20. Dirty.
Yeah, that hits.
Yay. Keeping
Dirty.
this one. Okay. And then javelin. 1d6 plus 4. 6. 8.
8 points of damage. As you chuck forth the javelin, it flies true. As you throw it, and it just beelines straight through the back of this creature that was pushing along the side of this thing, and it sticks the creature through the back as it dangles now lifeless from the side of the cart. And as that happens, you see the rest of the goblins that are currently around the sled scream out. And I need everybody's initiative roll. So go ahead and starting from the top, we're going to go ahead with Abel. What is your initiative? Did you say?
6.
Sorry.
Forgot about the mic.
6. Nice. Kin, what you got for me?
I got a 15.
15. Grimly.
I rolled an 18, but do I add the 2
You
on
add
my
your.
character sheet?
What do you mean? You add your
Magic
Initiative
Dex
bonus.
bonus, which-
your initiative bonus, which is just your not your reflex, your damn
Dexterity.
dexterity. Thank you.
So that's
Modifier.
20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Grimly. Dirty 20. Grimly. Okay. Leadin.
That would be a large 5.
Huge 5 coming out of the box. Olanu.
That's
That's
a
for luck.
6.
Olanu with a
Hey.
6. Look, she rolls when it fucking matters, okay?
Yes.
I told you.
I hit.
What did I tell you? The first roll she's gonna do, she's gonna chop that motherfucker's head off. All right. With that being said, Grimly, you see as the spear comes flying out of Ulanu's hand and sticks the creature into the side of the sled being pulled. Grimly, what are you doing?
I will double move as far as I can towards the goblins.
Okay. So, yep. Don't, that's not, remember our homebrew rules that diagonals are further, so go ahead and walk as far as you can straight, and then a diagonal if you'd like. That way it's a lot easier. 5 first move, 10 second move. Diagonally.
I just decided to go straight right to get the full 50 straight.
Music's a bit loud. You got it, guys. Sorry. There you go.
So I moved the full 50 to the right. I didn't go diagonal.
Straight up 50 to the right. Got it.
That'll end my turn.
Right on. So, let's see. We're going to go ahead and... Sorry. We're going to go ahead and move on to Kinrava.
Alright then. Let's see. How far away are they from me?
Currently, in terms of spells, they are. And the closest one is 95, 100, 95, 105, 110.
Okay then I'm going to move up 30 feet. So... I'll get, to about, there. How close is the nearest one from me now?
Nearest one is 65.
Oh, damn it. Then I will cast, I'll just cast Firebolt.
Okay. Go for it.
So,
Roll the hit.
let's see. That is a 12.
A 12, unfortunately, still hits, actually.
Oh, yay.
Oh,
Go ahead
thank
and roll
God.
damage.
Okay, that's 1d10, I think. Fireball, 1d10. Yes. That is a 8.
8 points of damage. So, as the firebolt emanates from your hand, normally you'd see a small glint of like purple kind of like emanate from your hand as the small flame kind of appears above your fingers. But as you hold your hand out, like the purple almost turns white as it approaches your hand, and then suddenly a large circular glyph appears in front of your hand, and emanating from that, a line of fire, and then suddenly as it approaches, it contacts the creature, exploding upon impact, a purplish white glow of flame, and causing the creature to immolate in place, roll around on the ground in its death throes as it
Die in
screeches
blue
out
fire.
in pain.
Die in blue fire, motherfucker. And I will have Omen like nearby over here if possible, since he's still flying around.
Yeah, actually, let me
We can make a token for it.
I was gonna say, remind me
time,
next. Yep, remind me
Yeah.
next stream or before so to go ahead and make a token for Omen. That being said, we have we have Abel at 6, we have Olanu at 6, and we have Leodin at 5. So Abel, I assume you have more. What you call it?
Dexterity.
Dexterity.
That's 17.
Olanu. Olanu.
Yes,
at
he
16.
has more. I have 16.
Abel, you can act first.
All right. I'm going to move diagonally northeast.
Okay.
That's my full 30.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to loose an arrow at this.
All right, go for it. Roll to attack.
13.
13 hits. Go for it.
8 points of damage.
So, as everybody does 8 points of damage, I think we all know what happens. As the arrow, the creatures like all immediately turn around, and as soon as they turn around, it's unleashed like a machine gun onto this this current cart that they're pushing and pulling. As an arrow, as the creature like goes to yell, and as it yells, the arrow pierces directly into its mouth and out the back of its head, and lands on the ground, spilling purple blood onto the ground. Do you have any bonus actions you'd like to cast, sir?
I do not.
Very well. Olanu, you're up.
Nope.
You are muted.
She is
There it
going
is.
to run up to here and then use another one of her javelins to attack that one.
Go for it.
Please still be good. Yes! Wait. 25.
Unfortunately, this guy is the big bad end game, so that misses. No. Yep, no, you're good. That hits.
I see what you mean now, Dan. I see what you mean.
I told you!
Ha! Okay. 6 points.
6 points of damage, oh no. Alright, so as you reach back and look to grab. What the heck? What? No. Hold on. Sorry, 1 second. This has never happened before. That's. What? Okay.
Oh.
I'll just keep track of it on my own then. Apparently, if I affect 1 HP, they all get affected. Anyways. So, you run over to the goblin that you had currently stabbed into the cart itself. You reach and grab the javelin out and pull the goblin off and throw it yet again, lancing the other one directly in the arm and almost pinning him to the ground as it pushes through and penetrates completely through him as he lands kind of like almost back down on the ground and pushes himself up. He is gravely injured, but still alive. Olanu, do you have any bonus actions?
No. That's it.
As the creature grabs his arm in pain, he screams out, "Ah!" And the other goblin, like scared for its life at this point, next to him, will grab a horn that is attached to his waist and blow. As the goblin blows, you can see a small, faint bit of light come up atop the shadowed, large structure in the distance, as it looks to be like a small humanoid holding up a torch as it looks upon the battlefield. The other goblin, currently next to Olanu, will run up and attempt to make an attack at you, Olanu, as it climbs and stumbles over the large pile of iron. It is going to make a swing at you with its scimitar, and with a 16, I believe that hits.
Yes.
And that is going to do 6 points of slashing damage. As you can see it make its way over the top and stumble and jumps off the top of the iron and comes down with a downward swing. You are just finishing through with your throw of the javelin, and it slices you across the bicep, causing you to like grab it and recoil. The goblin lands on the ground next to you and goes, "Uh-oh!" and uses its bonus action to disengage and and gets about there. All right, so
Is it me?
it is now Leodin's turn.
So Leodin's gonna move some.
All right. Yeah, you're about 60 feet away from the closest target.
So this might be pointless on the closest target, but on the closest target, I am going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay, 60 feet?
Whisper.
The 60-foot one? The closest one you said? Okay.
Yes. I whisper a discordant melody for a creature in range, and they are racked with terrible pain. They must make a wisdom saving throw against DC 14.
Wisdom save against DC 14. We all know goblins are super wisdomous. That's... Oh, that is a natural 20.
What?
Yeah,
Hey,
DMs can get
congratulations.
natural 20s too. So unfortunately, that's a 19.
It might be.
Okay, well, on a successful save, they only take 4 damage, and they don't have to move away from me.
Got it. So the creature... How are you making this discord? Is it magic? Is it through an instrument? Is it through a sound? What is it that you're doing?
It's magic, and it's through my voice.
Ooh, very cool. So as you let out a tone that almost takes shape through the snow, pushing aside falling snow on its way to its target, you see the goblin grab his head in pain as it approaches and reaches him finally.
I would also, as my bonus action, like to give Bardic Inspiration to Olanu.
Excellent. Olanu.
Right now, that's a d6.
Olanu, you may take a d6. And do you know how Bardic Inspiration works, Olanu?
I can use it to increase an attack roll by rolling it.
You can use it to
Or
increase an
ability
attack
check.
roll, a check, or a save, I believe, even.
Cool.
So, yep. Quite a bit. All right, so you have a d6 on your side. Leodin, how
And
do
it
you inspire?
lasts for the next 10 minutes.
Yes, it is a 10-minute duration.
I yell to her, "That was amazing! You want to keep doing it? That would be amazing!"
Excellent. Olanu, you are inspired, my friend. All right, so that being said, I keep forgetting that I'm affecting all of these creatures for some reason when I do this, but no problem. Apparently that just wants to go off on its own. We will continue on with Grimly. Back to the top, what are you doing?
I will take my full movement again. I'm going to move 25 feet in a diagonal angle, which will actually be 20 feet.
Where are you moving? All right. Yeah, okay.
And then I'll head the rest of my 30 feet to the right.
So you're taking the dash action?
Yep, dash action to the right.
And that'll, there I'll end my turn.
You can get one more spot. I'm going to go ahead and give you that one spot. I think I saw it up to one more spot further. Kinrava.
Okay, I'm going to try and get... can I get within 30 feet of this? Not 30 feet, of 60 feet of this guy?
More than like... Let's see, where's 60 feet lead? Oh, yeah, easy. Easy. Super easy. Easy.
Okay, I will
You gotta
get
move
within
one square.
So I will move over to there.
Yep.
And I will cast Ice Knife.
Ice knife. Go for it.
Okay, so attack roll. 12 plus 6, 18.
18 hits.
Okay,
And you're
so I gotta
casting it
roll.
on the center one, correct?
Yep, the center one.
Okay. And it's a dexterity
But-
save? For the other creatures around it?
Let me check. Target
Go
must
ahead and
be-
read it out for anybody that's not familiar with the spell.
Yeah, so I throw an ice knife at them. The original target takes 1d10 damage, and then it explodes whether it hits or misses, and everything within 5 feet of the original target takes 2d6 damage. On a dexterity saving throw, they take half that.
Got it.
They take cold damage. So let's see, 1d10.
Alright, so go ahead and roll your initial damage. Your 1d10.
That will be 4 damage there.
Okay, so 4 damage on the initial hit. And you see the ice does not seem to be affecting these creatures whatsoever, very much at all, as a matter of fact.
The first one is piercing damage.
First one's piercing damage. So it was how much total?
It was 4 piercing damage.
Okay, so 4 piercing damage goes through, no problem. And in fact, that is enough to finish the one it hits. So the one it hits, it strikes it straight through the eye. An icicle literally just pierces straight through the eye. And as it hits the eye, it spreads out, like it's already stopped, but the icicle spreads out into different directions, and like a porcupine, bursts into icicles around it.
Okay, so 2d6.
I rolled a 5 saving throw on one of them and a 18 on the other, so one saves, one doesn't.
18, yeah, the 18 does save, so 2d6. That is a 6 and a 5, so 11 cold damage.
Right, so the cold damage, like I was saying, 11 damage. You feel like when it strikes these creatures, they kind of just place their hands up and swat it away. But even being that they're swatting it away, with the fact that one of them suffers some kind of mental instability at this point, it goes to swat it away, but it like swats way too early because it's still like messed up with whatever's going on in its head, and the ice pierces its body like several bullets just lying, or darts kind of like laying into it, and it lands dead on the ground next to it. The other one doesn't seem too affected by the blast, but it still stands, and it takes a little bit of damage.
So I will also move Kinrava back a little bit over here again.
So this one is by far gone as he takes the icicle to the eye, and this one by far gone as he takes the remainder. Kinrava, that was an excellent round. As we move on to Abel.
I was not ready. All right. He's gonna move. I'll just count it out.
Straight lines are really easy on this. You can just, you can of course count it like that, but yeah, that works as well.
I just dashed to get up there behind the large stone.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
That leaves us with Olanu.
Lanu, seeing the death and carnage around her, but also knowing that there are more in that large vehicle, is going to rage.
Oh, excellent.
And then move up to 5 to here.
Okay.
Just not caring that she's standing on dead goblin.
Sure.
And attack with her great axe the remaining goblin.
Excellent. Go for it. Roll to attack.
Get him.
17.
Hits.
Yes. And then that is 2d6.
And add the +2 to damage as well for the rage.
Yep.
Y'all hear those dice? It's insanely cool. Sound like jingle bells.
10, 14, 16 damage.
16 damage!
I rolled a 6, a 4, and then I have a +4 and a +2.
Holy
Jesus Christ.
So,
Dead.
as you approach this creature, you step forward through the snow, not even caring that it is kind of hindering your movement, just in the minusculous amount. You step on the head of the creature, the goblin that you are currently standing on top of. Step on his head, just crushing in the snow. And as you step on its head, you grab your axe behind your back, yell out, and as you yell out, your muscles bulge, and you straight down cleave upon this creature. And as you do, you see its ears go from up to oh. And as it goes down, thunk, straight from its head, all the way to the snow with 0 resistance as the creature splits in half and falls to the ground.
There's just an ear-to-ear smile on her face.
Excellent. You killing machine. Good job. That being said, you now see the creatures upon the large, cart that is currently situated about, well, let's see, about 90 or so feet from the closest member of the party. And let's see if I can find it without moving my camera. Sorry, my camera gets in the way of my screen sometimes, guys. My apologies. I really need to fix that. You see that the creature that is on top is currently holding a torch, but on its arm it also seems to be holding some sort of bird, and it releases the bird into the air, and the bird seems to just fly up and away to the north, just straight away. And it flies yeah, it's gone from view. It flies into the snow and kind of disappears. But the creature itself throws down the torch that it was currently holding, and it lands atop this haphazard crafted material and begins to completely incinerate the cart that it was currently standing on top. And you see him jump off the back of the cart and like holding up his middle fingers. He's like, "Fuck you!" and jumps into the snow back behind and kind of lands and begins to run. You see the other 2 goblins on top of the cart jump off as the flames begin to engulf it, and they bonus action run. And the polar bears, they seem to be like pulling and struggling and pulling the cart, and as the fire like engulfs the entirety of the cart, they're pulling and pulling it, but they seem to be stuck by the reins. We move on to Leodin. What are you doing?
Leodin is going to dash because that's probably about all she can do. So
Okay, 60 feet.
yep.
All right.
And yeah, that's all she can do right now.
Yeah, no problem. All right. We move to the top of the order again. Grimly, what you got?
I will continue to run towards the cart.
60 feet or 50? 60 or 50? I can't remember. Dwarf? 25? 30? 25?
I'll take a dash.
50. All right. 50 feet forward. No problem. It's right here. All right. Inrava, what you doing?
I will try and get closer to the cart.
Okay.
One big one that's on fire.
The one
How
on
close
fire
can I
or the
get
one
to it?
that's...
The one on fire.
The one on fire, okay.
So how close can I get with that with 30 feet of movement?
You can get 60 feet if you use your action to dash, which is right next to Leodin.
How sturdy do the braces on the bear's harnesses look?
From this distance, it's hard to tell. You are a good nearly 200 feet off from there.
Okay, I'll use my dash action then to like get up to that spot then.
Okay. Abel, what you got?
Is it possible for me at all to see like the conditions of the whatever is keeping them attached to the wagon from this far?
You'd be hard pressed, just as the same as, especially with your human eyes, to be able to see that far out. I mean, even with your acute knowledge of this it's still hard to see through the snow and the fog.
Right. I'm going to move closer to the wagon.
Yeah. You guys essentially see, you can get 60 up here. You guys essentially see what looks like fire behind a wall of fog and snow. So you can see like the fire where it's at, but you see like a very cool like emanating light that reaches out for hundreds of feet because of the flame and the darkness around you. Olanu, you're up.
She's gonna yell out, "We have what we came for. Let's leave."
Okay. You want to use your turn to shout out?
Yeah, and then move back towards the cart to try and see about pushing it back towards where they came.
Okay. So as you yell out, you breathe through your nose and you look over and you can see your target of which you were sent to gather, and your rage diminishes and you kind of gather. You're trying to figure out what to do next. Leodin, you're up.
So Leodin doesn't know that what we're actually trying to get is on that sled or on that cart. So she's still trying to get to the other cart and specifically trying to get to the polar bears to let them go.
Oh, okay, so you want to get to the polar bears, that's fine. You gotta get up close. You are a distance away currently. So go ahead and make your max movement.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately this one sets everybody quite a distance away. So, that being said, Leodin, that is up. The polar bears yet again move, but it seems the entire cart at this point now is completely covered in flame and working its way up the reins towards the polar bears. And the polar bears have shifted and moved this thing like 10 or 15 feet outward in their direction, trying to pull it away from the flames. Leodin, what you got?
My token disappeared. For me.
It sure did. I don't know what happened. I promise that wasn't me.
Yeah, you were about here.
Where were you? Over here?
Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
there we go. Sorry about that. All right. So that leaves us with Grimly.
Hearing Olanu shout out, I will head back towards her.
Okay. Oh, my apologies. You can move your character as you will. Are you spending your action or bonus action doing anything?
I'll bonus action dash all the way up to her.
Got it. Or action.
And just assist.
All right. So that leaves us with Abel. Abel, you're up.
Yeah, hearing Alana shout that, he's just gonna look towards the polar bears. No, I have to run towards the polar bears. He's gonna run towards the polar bears. Action dash.
Go for it. Olanu.
She's gonna kind of look at Grimly, kind of nod, and attempt to use her strength to try and pull the cart to try and get it to go the other direction.
Yeah, you start immediately like pulling it. That thing will not fucking budge. You can gather that this thing is upwards of about 600 pounds.
Yeah.
It
then
slides.
she's gonna yell out.
It slides a little. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
it won't just like
she's-
shift in the snow.
Okay. To shout out, "We need everybody to do this."
Okay. Leading.
She's going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Abel, but then start running towards the cart.
Okay. Movement action. Okay, so you get your full 60 up to the cart. You inspire Abel.
I don't have control over my new.
Oh my goodness,
token.
everything is breaking. Of course it is. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. I got you. Look at this. Boom, boom, and bam, and boom. Now you do. All right, so the fire is engulfing the cart as we speak, and the flames are licking high, 50, 60 feet in the air at this time as this entire thing goes up. You can see now that as the polar bears are pushing and pulling, the flame is licking on some of the reins from behind. As they pull and pull, the flames start to lick and pull forward on the reins as it catches flame. And the fire gets all the way up the reins and burns away the little bit of reins that are attached to the bears. And snap! They pull free from the flame as they get burnt just a bit from the licks of flame and take, let's see. They'll take 9 points of fire damage. Are these all connected as well? No, they're not. Why were those other ones connected? So weird. All right, so they take 9 points of fire damage apiece, but are able to break free using their strength as an action, and they will take the rest of their movement 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to just run towards the open expanse outwards. All right. Grimly, are you still helping? You're muted.
Muted.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna do everything I can to assist Alanu and just call out to the others.
Okay. And Kin?
Seeing that the bears have now ran off and don't seem too much worse for wish, and also hearing Alanu call out, she's going to head towards the cart and step around the dead goblin and help them out as best as they can, with also saying, we may need to get the dogs over here to pull this cart backwards.
Right on. Abel.
Now that the polar bears are no longer trapped, Abel's gonna turn and start running back and say, we can bring the old wagon up. That way it's easier to transfer instead of trying to move this one.
All right.
All right, so is anybody making an attempt at chasing or following said polar bears?
No.
All right, so.
She wants to, but no.
Excellent. So, that being said, the polar bears run off into the icy wilderness as the last thing you saw before, of course, being handed this situation was a strange goblin giving you the fingers and flying off the back of a cart and disappearing into the blizzard. You hear the roar and the rumble of timber breaking as like the top portion of the cart breaks free and falls as the flame adds a bit of orangish white aura to the already purple and green skies. You guys set your eyes upon this heavy, lifted cart as Olanu and Grimly are like, lifting up. And Kinnerval shakes her head. And you see now approaching Abel as he points over towards the dogs in the distance. And that's where we'll end today's session.
Yay!
Oh,
Bravo, Dan. Bravo.
Hey,
well,
bravo to you
thank
guys.
you.
So, as our intrepid adventurers finish up today's quest, if you're watching on YouTube, really appreciate you guys hanging in there. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button so you can be notified when we post our next adventure, which comes out every Saturday on Twitch. You should be there, but if you're not, hey, we always got these replays. So, other than that, today was a chance to donate through the stream, but don't let that stop you. You should always be out there trying to help. And if you haven't already donated, do so already, or do so through the links and everything that we have prepared in the stream. And you can donate to the same cause we are, the COVID-19 Relief Fund. For everybody that has donated through the stream, thank you very much. And we'll see you next week, guys. Bye, guys. Keep being your best self.
See you next week.